Don't you fall for it. Don't you fall for it. Keep your head up, never let them get you fed up. You just step up, get your rep up, get your cash up, get your check up. The whole system's a setup. It's time we really get up. We've been about this revolution from the time we met up. Take it back, I got my fists up, Malcolm X in '88. But revolution only works for those that will participate. You are great, they are fake. Yo, it's time to demonstrate higher level mental states. Conscious people congregate, show the love, not the hate. This is basic, no debate. But these people are debating and they hating, they should wait. It was bickering amongst ourselves that got us in this state. Yeah, the truth is inconvenient, but the truth is never late. You can't see what they be doing, how they thinking, how they moving. You can't see what they pursuing, making claims none are proven. Don't fall for it, don't fall for it, don't fall for it, don't fall for it. We can see who is the enemy, sovereignty's the remedy. You don't need telepathy, it's white supremacy. Don't fall for it, don't fall for it, don't fall for it, don't fall for it. Bringing the raw, doing a tour, government officials bringing the law. You never see what you never saw. 303, open the door, knowledge reigns, that is the game. Ignorance, that is insane. Don't fall for it, the reps and the Dems are the same. This one's shooting us up, that one's locking us up. This one got us stuck, that one's out of luck. You can front if you need to, the cycle never ends. No justice, but in 4 years they hyping us again. Don't fall for it, don't fall for it, don't fall for it, don't fall for it. If you thinking and you earning and you drinking and you burning and you really not concerning with the news and what they learning, don't fall for it, don't fall for it, don't fall for it, don't fall for it. If you love it, never hate it, you agree it, don't debate it. HBC, you educated, your degree is highly rated. Don't fall for it, don't fall for it, don't you fall for it, don't fall for it. Yo, me, I'm not a fake dude, I'ma keep it real. They see through it all that America needs a heel deal. America ain't really sick, this is what it really is. Gunshots and cages for black and brown little kids. Now they acting like they not the cause of how we live. Do not tell me what you gonna do, I can see what you did. Look at her, look at him, look at them, look at me. Do you see our interests represented in society? No you don't, and you won't, cause democracy's a joke. Every 4 years these same people asking us to vote. Nothing changed but the Range Rover switching lanes over. I remain the flamethrower, knowledge reigns, game over. Don't fall for it, don't you fall for it. Rodney King, George Floyd, man, we all saw it. So don't protest with the fines, but don't move with self-reliance. While the soul is being silenced for the religion of science. Don't fall for it, don't you fall for it, don't fall for it, don't you fall for it. If you thinking and you earning and you drinking and you burning and you really not concerning with the news and what they learning, don't fall for it, don't you fall for it, don't fall for it, don't you fall for it. There's no justice in the courts, we are always taking shorts. They can shoot us like a sport, and it's our trust that they want. Don't fall for it, don't you fall for it, don't fall for it, don't you fall for it. Take it up! Don't you fall for it.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Real Mad TV, where you always get the mad reaction, but sometimes I come in peace. Today we're going to watch another hearing here. This one should be the good one here. Hunter Biden, contempt of court. I guess he didn't show up the first few times they asked him to come, and he finally showed up. Then I think he tried to leave. So this should be very interesting. Let's get into it. Hopefully I don't have no internet technical issues. It's been acting crazy all evening long, all morning long. I don't know if it's the weather or not, but hopefully we can get through this with no issues. With that being said, let's jump down into the action. I want to thank everybody who hit that like button. I started off with 10 likes already. That's a good thing there. Salute Bronze. Thank you for joining me this morning. And let's get down into it.
Young lady from Washington, you want to lead us in the pledge when it's time? Okay, all right, I'm happy to. The committee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time pursuant to Committee Rule 2, House Rule 11, Clause 2. The chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote is ordered. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas. Gentleman from Texas to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to notice, I call up the report recommending that the House of Representatives cite Robert Hunter Biden for contempt of Congress and move that the committee report it to the House. The clerk will report the report.
Resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Robert Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply.
Without objection, the report will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. Who is the big guy? We all know, we all think we know. Seems pretty common sense, but who is it? That's one of the questions we'd want to ask Hunter Biden. What was the business? What was the service that the Bidens provided? What was the president's son doing to earn millions of dollars from foreign entities in jobs he wasn't qualified to have? And what did the president know about his family's foreign financial entanglements? These are just some of the questions that Congress needs answers to as part of our impeachment inquiry. To get those answers, the Oversight Committee and the Judiciary Committee issued subpoenas to Mr. Biden, compelling him to appear for a joint deposition on December 13th. Mr. Biden came to the Capitol on December 13th, but did not come to the committees for that deposition. Instead, he staged a press conference in front of the Capitol. This flagrant disregard for Congress's constitutional oversight role clearly merits a citation of contempt. It's an open and shut case. Mr. Biden was issued an authorized subpoena, and without asserting any valid privilege, frankly, I don't think he asserted any privilege, valid or not, he didn't show up to testify. This is a vote to protect our institution. Hunter Biden is a critical witness in the House's official impeachment inquiry and uniquely possesses knowledge about what role the president may have played in leveraging policy-making decisions to enrich the Biden family. Of course, the American people deserve to hear directly from Hunter Biden about these facts. And we fully intend for Mr. Biden to testify before the public. But as is often the practice across committees under Republicans and Democrats, he should first sit for a deposition so that the American people get a full airing of the facts. Here's just a few things we need Hunter Biden to shed more light on. During a transcribed interview with the Oversight Committee, Devin Archer, longtime associate of Mr. Biden, described how President Biden was, quote, the brand, and was used to send, quote, signals of power, access, and influence to enrich the Biden family from foreign sources while he served as vice president. Mr. Archer testified that Mr. Biden placed his father on speakerphone during meetings with business associates approximately 20 times. We know one of those calls was made on December 4th, 2015. On that date, while Hunter Biden was in Dubai, with Burisma executives Mr. Zolochevsky and Mr. Bazarski, they asked Hunter Biden to help alleviate the pressure they were under from the prosecutor in Ukraine. According to Mr. Archer, after that request was made, Hunter Biden, quote, called his dad. We know that a year after Hunter Biden was put on the board of Burisma, Vice President Biden attended a dinner at Cafe Milano on April 16th, 2015 with Mr. Bazarski and Hunter Biden and Devin Archer. Devin Archer, who was also on this Ukrainian energy company's board. What then Vice President Biden did with Burisma is the blueprint for how this whole influence peddling scheme worked. There are four fundamental facts about the Biden's involvement with this company. Fact number one, Hunter Biden was put on the board of Burisma's, board of directors of Burisma and made millions of dollars. Fact number two, Hunter Biden was not qualified to be on the board. Not my words. He said so himself in an interview on ABC News. Fact number three, Burisma executives asked Hunter Biden to help alleviate the pressure they were under from the prosecutor in Ukraine. Fact number four, Vice President Biden used his official position to hold up American tax dollars going to Ukraine until that pressure was off Burisma. He conditioned the release of funds on the firing of the prosecutor who was applying the pressure to the company that his son sat on the board of. And these facts are corroborated with a confidential human source who told the FBI and was quoted in the 1023 form. In fact, the prosecutor, Victor Shokin, is mentioned 8 times by the confidential human source in that 1023 form. That same form, by the way, that Director Wray tried to prevent Congress from seeing. Confidential human source said Burisma hired Hunter Biden to protect us through his dad from all kinds of problems. In addition to all that, the House Ways and Means Committee uncovered a threatening 2017 message from Mr. Biden to a Chinese business executive related to a business deal in which Mr. Biden wrote, quote, I'm sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. 9 days later, Mr. Biden invoked his father in that threatening message. A company affiliated with that business wired $5 million to a company jointly established by Mr. Biden. The same day, Mr. Biden transferred $400,000 from this joint venture to his personal company, and it appears now that President Biden ultimately received $40,000 of those proceeds. Rather than come before us and answer questions about these and other concurring instances of the Biden family trading cash for influence, Hunter Biden held a press conference a few hundred yards away from here, press conference where he said, I'm happy to answer questions in public, but when he finished his statement, he abruptly left, taking no questions from the press. We have no choice but to hold Mr. Biden in contempt, and I would encourage a yes vote. We now yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After a year like 2023, a year marked in the House of Representatives by Republican infighting, the ouster of a speaker, and growing legal peril for the former president, you would think that House Republicans would want to turn the page and try their hand at some actual legislating. It is unfortunate, but not surprising, that the MAGA wing of the Republican Party seems impervious to learning from its recent past. They seem committed to the same political stunts that have, by any measure, made their majority the least productive Congress in modern history. Their own members acknowledge how little they have accomplished. So here we are again, just days before a government shutdown, with war raging in Gaza and Ukraine, with Americans at home facing real problems that require our attention. House Republicans want us to know that their highest priority is, once again, Hunter Biden. And why are they chasing Hunter Biden? They are certainly not chasing him because they have uncovered evidence of any wrongdoing by President Biden or the Biden administration. Over the course of this investigation, such as it is, we have collected thousands of...
So, this one is going to be a lot more interesting than the one yesterday. I mean, one yesterday I thought it was going to be better than what it was, but it seems like they're just using the same tactics, like nobody's finding this motherfucking evidence. For 7 fucking years, y'all painted this other dude with all kind of shit and nothing sticks because there wasn't no fucking proof. Now proof is showing up and you want to defend this guy who seems like him and his pops don't sold the fucking country and us. I would say that's my opinion, but that's really how it looks. And they're going to sit here and keep taking up for the wrong people. I hope everybody noticed that, you know what I'm saying? Or at least identify with these tactics that they trying to do, trying to keep you confused. Because even when we on our shows and stuff, man, when we talking this political stuff and stuff like that, if a person come out of their mouth straight hating, more than likely they back in these fucking lies that these people are telling. And it's like, you can't really find none of this stuff unless it's somebody's opinion. What I try to do is bring the facts straight from the horse's mouth of, you know what I'm saying, the people who's telling the stuff. With their proof. And they don't hold up receipts, bank statements. They don't board up phone calls. Man, this whole administration is guilty. And I'm pretty sure some people outside the administration guilty too, but this shit gets worse. But that was my rant, my early rant for the show. Salute to everybody who's coming in the room. E. Brooks, Leah, I shouted you out, Bronze, and a few people that's in the bushes. Thank y'all for hitting the like and shed alive, shed alive.
Of pages of documents and spoken to more than
and hopefully we'll get through this show with no issues, man. The internet has been cutting the fuck up since yesterday. I'm surprised I got through the rest of the show with no problems yesterday, but if it do act up, just be patient. Hopefully I won't have to restart or nothing like that. So, let's go.
Dozen witnesses. One of those witnesses was Special Counsel David Weiss, who took the unprecedented step of sitting for an interview in the middle of an ongoing criminal investigation. After all of that work, House Republicans have found not a shred of evidence to suggest that President Biden was anything other than a supportive father to his son, or that his administration in any way exerted political pressure on the investigation into Hunter Biden's conduct. True, every few days, House Republicans hold up some copy of a bank record or excerpt from a transcript and claim that at long last they have finally found the smoking gun. But like clockwork, often within minutes, each new claim is thoroughly debunked. Then a few days pass and they do it again, and round we go. If Chairman Jordan and Chairman Comer were really interested in letting the American people see just how little they have found to support their accusations, they would release the transcripts of our interviews in full, instead of cherry-picking words out of context to mislead the public. For that matter, if House Republicans were genuinely interested in hearing testimony from Hunter Biden, they would have honored their initial offer to have Mr. Biden testify in public. I understand Mr. Biden is still willing to appear at a public hearing at the time and place of the chairman's choosing. I hear my Republican colleagues when they say that a congressional subpoena must be honored exactly as it is written. But you will forgive me if their newfound care for the institution sounds a little thin. This whole investigation is premised on the claim that the president is somehow profiting from his office. Let's set aside for the moment the fact that this claim is entirely evidence-free. No, I have trouble taking this new interest in foreign corruption seriously because these same Republicans did nothing while President Trump took millions from foreign interests in violation of the Emoluments Clause to the Constitution. Thanks to our Democratic colleagues on the Oversight Committee, we now know that Trump received at least $7.8 million from 20 foreign governments, including the governments of China, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, while he was in office and while he was negotiating with those same governments. Unless it is to defend the former president, House Republicans are steadfastly silent when it comes to Donald Trump's actual, open, documented corruption. But they need to hold Hunter Biden in contempt because he once paid his father $1,400 for a 2018 Ford Raptor? Please. Republicans say that this contempt vote is necessary because it's important for the committee to defend its prerogatives. Again, this new concern for the rights and privileges of the Judiciary Committee seems wholly insincere. As we speak, the Homeland Security Committee is holding an impeachment hearing. By all reports, they intend to bypass judiciary altogether to bring articles of impeachment to the floor. The Constitution gives the sole power of impeachment to the House of Representatives, and for the whole of modern history, the House has delegated that authority to this committee, until today. I do not know whether the decision to cede our jurisdiction to House Homeland was made with Chairman Jordan's blessing or over his objection, but either way, it is a terrible precedent. The decision has permanently diminished us. It weakens future chairmen of both parties, and you have ceded this ground apparently so that you have time to bully the president's son. And let us not forget the elephant in the room. House Republicans say that we must force Hunter Biden to comply with the subpoena, but they said nothing when Attorney General Barr and White House counsel Don McGahn stonewalled this committee. They cheered the former president on when he vowed never to comply with any of our requests. And the chairman himself blew off a valid subpoena for his testimony from the January 6th Select Committee. What chutzpah, what gall. Whatever technical excuses you made for yourself at the time, Mr. Chairman, I assure you, Hunter Biden does the same. This committee has an obligation to work in good faith towards an accommodation with Hunter Biden, and to my knowledge, there is no precedent for holding a person in contempt who remains willing to testify. You may score points with the MAGA base by forcing this vote today, but you threaten to do real damage to our ability to secure evidence and testimony in the future. As with so much of this Republican Congress, there is a reasonable deal to be had here. House Republicans just refuse to take it. This contempt report is poorly timed, riddled with factual errors, and rife with hypocrisy. It has nothing to do with solving real problems for real people. I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I hold out hope that this committee will return to more pressing work someday soon. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes himself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purpose of the amendment. The chair now recognizes himself to explain the amendment. This amendment makes a small grammatical change on page 17 of the report and does not affect the substance of the report. I yield back. Who seeks recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Swallow is recognized. Then I'll come to you, I think. Fitz.
Mr. Chairman, is this a joke? No, seriously, is this hearing a joke? This is a committee that now cares about subpoena compliance, and we're going to hold somebody in contempt for subpoena compliance? That's really interesting because, to me, it seems like you believe we all had our memories wiped 608 days ago when you failed to honor your own subpoena. You see, on May 31, 2022, as the January 6th committee was investigating the greatest crime ever committed in America, with the most arrests, the most convictions, a crime against our Congress, our Constitution, our democracy, all they wanted was for you and a few of your colleagues to cooperate, to provide any information you had. And what you all did for 608 days and counting, you didn't show up. And you want us to take this proceeding seriously, where you have an issue with somebody else's compliance with a subpoena, somebody who actually is willing to come forward publicly, something you were not willing to do, something you and Mr. McCarthy and others who were asked to testify were not willing to do. So seriously, is this a joke? If it's a joke, great. This whole Congress has been a joke, so it would be in line and on brand with what has been taking place. But I have to ask, how dumb do you think the American people are that you would seek to hold someone in contempt when you are 608 days, 15 hours, 21 minutes, and 47 seconds out of compliance of your own subpoena? I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if it is your practice to look the other way when crimes are committed, but it's not my practice, and it's not my colleagues' practice. So what is this really all about? It's about this chairman, Speaker Johnson, and the MAGA majority acting as Insurrection LLP, creating the biggest law firm in Washington, D.C., to work every single day in this building on behalf of just one client, the former president, Donald Trump, and to carry out his petty grievances every single day. Okay, that's great. You won the majority. It's your prerogative. But the cost to the American people is we aren't doing a single thing in this committee to address gun violence, the mass shootings that occurred in the 3 weeks that we were gone. We haven't done anything to address what's going on at the border, a president who's willing to negotiate and find ways to better secure it. We're not doing anything to bring down the cost of healthcare and take on the pocketbook, financial breathing room issues that the American people care about. Okay, let's talk about Hunter. Mr. Comer and Mr. Jordan said, we want Hunter Biden to come in. Hunter Biden said, okay, I will come in. Mr. Comer said 2 different times, we will take his testimony publicly or we will take it privately. We will take it publicly or we will take it privately. Hunter Biden said, okay, let's do it publicly. I don't trust you all to take it privately because you haven't released the depositions that you have taken privately. Can't blame him for that. He wants to come in and testify publicly. You won't take yes.
He don't trust nobody. We don't trust you. What the fuck you been doing out there? I'm just saying.
For an answer, and so then you move it to, let's take it privately. I think you want to take it privately because you have nothing. I think you want to take it privately because you don't want to see Marjorie Taylor Greene display the non-consensual nudes from Hunter's laptop again. I think that's why you want to take it privately. But he comes in anyway. You won't take yes for an answer. And let me just break some news for you, Mr. Chairman. Just down the hallway, Hunter Biden is sitting in the Oversight Committee. He's ready to testify publicly, it appears. So let me just challenge you one more time. If you're so...
The one question nobody seems to ask is, was the Biden laptop government issue and he got all this stuff up there? I mean, man, smoking crack, damn, prostitutes, fuck it, all the above.
Eager to take his testimony publicly, I move that we adjourn right now and take his public testimony and bring him in here right now.
Is the gentleman making a motion?
Yes?
Question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the
Recorded
chairman,
vote.
noes have it.
Recorded
Gentleman
vote.
requests a recorded vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? No. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no.
Go through all this.
Mr. McClintock? Mr. Merrill votes no. Mr. Bentz?
We just want the results.
Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Aye. Mr. Cohen? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes.
Well, I tell you what, though.
Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye.
That top row
Ms.
is
Escobar?
packed. They about to get his ass.
Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes
Salute,
aye.
Nate. Thank you
Ms.
for
Bush?
joining me, bro.
Mr.
Gentlelady from Texas.
Ms. Escobar votes yes.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Mr. Armstrong votes no.
All members voted. Clerk will tally and report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 12 ayes and 15 noes.
The motion to adjourn is not agreed to. Gentleman from California yields back. He yielded back. Oh, I'm sorry. The chair recommended himself. I would just say this. Why didn't they hold me in contempt?
I moved to hold
Why
your
didn't the committee hold me? They certainly could have. It was a completely partisan.
moved.
Would the gentleman yield? And I'll explain why.
No. Well, in a second, I want to finish my time here. It was a completely partisan committee. Why not? The idea that if you could have held the future Speaker of the House, the future Chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the Freedom Caucus, why didn't you do it? I think they didn't do it because they knew it was bogus. They knew that the speech or debate clause would not allow them to compel someone, member of Congress, to come testify. But by the way, I never said I wouldn't testify. I wrote an 11-page letter to Chairman Thompson. I'm still waiting on a response, where I spelled out all the concerns we had with this committee, all the things we had caught them saying that were not accurate.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, it's my 5 minutes. I'll yield, and we'll have plenty of time. I'm sure there'll be a debate. They never made a record of it. We made a record of Hunter Biden.
Oh, man, that's some bullshit, ain't it? He's the chairman speaking, and they telling him to basically shut the fuck up. This is going to be an interesting one here. I'm glad I didn't do this in the middle of the morning.
Not showing last week. We actually had a court reporter there. We made a record of him not showing up for his deposition when he was over doing a press conference on the Capitol, outside the Capitol. So I think the Democrats know how ridiculous that was. And with that, I would yield to the gentleman from California.
I think the chairman, my colleague, Mr. Swalwell, who participated in that contempt by asking for and holding that press conference for Hunter Biden, knows very well the history of this committee. This committee has always enforced our legitimate subpoenas. When I was an early member of this committee, then Chairman Conyers, John Conyers, held the Bush White House in contempt, took it all the way through, and Judge Bates, a appointee of President George W. Bush, held that, in fact, you must come before this committee. There's no question that after we go through this process of contempt, a floor vote, and ultimately a court challenge, that Hunter Biden will be ordered to come here. He'll be ordered to come here for the same reason that Harry Myers was ordered to show up when George W. Bush, within his rights, fired 9 of his own appointees, and this committee had questions as to the motive. That's a sad piece of history for some of us, because some of us were not supportive of that contempt motion. But in retrospect, this committee has always asserted its rights when those rights were violated, and they were violated by Hunter Biden. And they are still to this day being violated, except, as Congressman Swalwell just made very clear, Hunter Biden is thumbing his nose not once during the day of his subpoena, but even today, while he sits over in a hearing, not testifying, simply sort of going, nah, I've got you. Well, you know what? This is too serious a committee. This is not a joke, Mr. Swalwell. This is the most significant committee of the Congress, because we take seriously people coming before it. We take serious the threat of impeachment. And in fact, we are the committee that when impeachment does happen, it has to come through. So quite frankly, this is not a joke. I look forward to us marking this up, moving it out, having a vote on it, and ultimately getting Hunter Biden to answer questions about his undoubted selling of the Vice President of the United States, of his last name, selling it around the world to countries including Russia, Ukraine, China, and others. I don't think there's any question that the evidence is clear. Now the question is, will he come forward or will he take the fifth? And I'm going to predict, Mr. Chairman, that when it's all said and done, Hunter Biden will simply take the fifth. He's just trying to delay that as long as he can. And if he can, he'd like to have it like a few others have over the years, where he makes a speech about his innocence and then takes the fifth. You and I were there for that when the IRS did that. I believe we're going to see that. But whether it occurs publicly or privately does make a difference. If he's just going to take the fifth, which I suspect he ultimately will, then he should do it behind closed doors and not have a public stage to do it. And Mr. Swalwell, you can chastise the chairman, but subpoenaing members of Congress is something we do not do under speech and debate for good and valid reason. It's the reason that you're not subpoenaed here today in this contempt after what you did with Hunter Biden. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment on the desk.
The gentleman from California is recognized as
And the sparks are flying already. We only about
amendment at the desk. The
30
clerk will
minutes in.
report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Reserve point of order.
Report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Robert Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with the subpoena duly issued.
Without objection, the amendment we consider is read. The gentleman from California is recognized to explain his amendment.
Today, Chairman Jim Jordan has convened a hearing to take action against someone he says ignored a congressional subpoena. Today, Jim Jordan says that failure of this witness to appear was, quote, in blatant disregard of Congress's oversight role. Today, Jim Jordan says we must respond because, quote, he didn't show up to testify, unquote. And I say, bravo. Jim Jordan is finally ready to take action against Jim Jordan. This amendment would amend the contempt resolution and provide the form of the resolution that the Committee on the Judiciary would recommend to the House of Representatives, citing Robert Hunter Biden and Jim Jordan for contempt of Congress, pursuant to this report as follows. Resolved that Robert Hunter Biden and Jim Jordan shall be found in contempt of Congress for failure to comply with a congressional subpoena. Now, I know the chairman wouldn't want an ordinary citizen to be treated differently than a member of Congress. So let's run through some of the facts.
They allowing him to talk? This is going to get real good. This dude embarrasses himself every fucking time he be up here. I'm just saying.
On December 22nd, the Select Committee of Congress investigating a violent attack on the Capitol requested that Jim Jordan provide information for the committee's investigation. Knowing that Mr. Jordan was a recipient witness to some of these events, had conversations with those involved in planning efforts to overturn the election. On January 9th, Jordan responded to the Select Committee's request with a letter refusing to comply. On May 12th of 2022, the Select Committee subpoenaed Jim Jordan, along with others, for deposition testimony as part of our investigation into the January 6th attack. On May 27th, Jordan failed to appear for his scheduled deposition before the Committee of Congress. On May 31st, the Select Committee indicated that Representative Jordan should appear for deposition testimony no later than June 11th. But Representative Jordan once again did not appear before the Select Committee on or before the June 11th, 2022 deadline, and he was referred to the Committee on Ethics. And so today we can remedy this situation. We can show some consistency if we're going to hold Hunter Biden in contempt for not showing up before the committee when he's offered to come and testify publicly. But if we're going to hold him in contempt for that, then surely we would hold Jim Jordan in contempt for his failure to appear before Congress. So this amendment would simply add Jim Jordan's failure to appear before Congress, his blatant disregard of congressional oversight, to use the words of the chairman himself, and remedy this by including him in the contempt report, referring to prosecution for potential prosecution for contempt of Congress. And I would urge everyone's support. With that, I'm happy to yield to any of my colleagues. I yield to Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. Let me just say that I will vote for this amendment with misgivings. I will vote for it because it improves the resolution. I will vote for it with misgivings because it cites Hunter Biden for contempt, while in fact Hunter Biden has repeatedly stated his willingness to come before this committee in open session and to come before the Oversight Committee in open session, and he's there right now. So he should not be cited for contempt because he's willing to testify. He's volunteered repeatedly to testify before either or both committees. I will vote for the amendment nonetheless because it does improve this terrible underlying resolution. I thank you. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield.
I will also support this with some misgivings. The committee, when the chairman refused to comply with our subpoena, the January 6th subpoena, did have a discussion about enforcement. And by the way, the speech or debate clause does not apply because the Constitution says that members may not be called to account in any other body. And in fact, it isn't another body, it's the House of Representatives, so speech or debate does not protect. But in our discussions, we had a concern about separation of powers and referring the members of Congress to another branch of government for enforcement of our subpoena. That is why we sent this to the Ethics Committee. However, given that the chairman apparently is critical of that suggestion, I will support Mr. Schiff's amendment. I would just like to note, if I may also, that there has been some considerable confusion about the committee's position on public testimony. No potential witness insisted to the committee that they testify in public. Had they done so, we would have been forced to allow that to occur. Public as composed to formal hearings in the Cannon office building. Mr. Bannon never agreed to testify and unfortunately refused to send documents, so that as a precedent is simply inappropriate. And I yield back to the gentleman from California with
Time
thanks.
is expired. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
For a number of reasons, Rule 10 confers on the Committee on Ethics exclusive jurisdiction over members of Congress. Additionally, Rule 16, Clause 7, puts this outside of our jurisdiction. And, Mr. Chairman, in an analog way, it is clear that the January 6th Committee expired at the end of the last Congress without ever making any sort of a motion or referral. In fact, they seem to have ignored your responses. In ignoring your responses, they very clearly accepted your non-appearance. And
what I'm trying to say is I hope this ain't one of these hearings where he's over in the next room. Because if so, that means it was clickbait on this one, which is part of the same thing. But it don't seem like he is in the room when I seen him in the room on a lot of the highlights.
And although they would like to rewrite history now, they had an opportunity to take action. They did not take action. So for those rules of the Congress, in addition to the common sense that there is no subpoena in place, because subpoenas, as you know, expire at the end of a Congress, as did the January 6th Committee, I would continue to hold this as out of order.
The gentleman's...
Chairman?
The gentleman from the ranking member is recognized.
What Mr. Issa said is a very interesting statement, but I don't understand what his point of order is. What is he objecting to?
Yes, it's beyond the scope and purpose of today's resolution. In other words, you can't amend it to add under Rule 16, Clause 7.
Gentleman,
are you making a point of order against the amendment?
Yeah, the gentleman's amendment does not satisfy. The gentleman from California's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test. Therefore, is not germane and is out of order. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, on that point, before the chair rules,
I've already ruled, but
I would appeal the ruling of the chair.
Gentleman is recognized to appeal the ruling of the chair. Gentleman appeals the ruling of the chair.
The motion is not beyond the scope of this report because...
You've already made a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair because I already ruled, so the clerk will call the roll on appealing.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Gentleman moves to table. The motion is not debatable. The question is on the motion to table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Opinion of the chair is the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
Gentleman from California requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Fry? Mr. Fry? Mr. Swallow votes no. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no.
chair is agreed to. And,
Mr. Chairman,
recognition.
I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for UC.
I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled, "During January 6th hearing, Schiff doctored text messages between Mark Meadows and Rep. Jim Jordan." This was an article in the Federalist, December 15, 2021.
Without objection. Who's next on ours? Ms. Jackson-Lee. Gentleman from Texas, recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you. I asked to strike the last word. I want to follow up on my friend from California, Mr. Iser, about the importance and the level of cruciality, I use that terminology, of this committee's work. It is constitutionally grounded. There's no other committee in the House and its counterpart in the Senate that has the custodial responsibilities of the accuracy and the integrity of the Constitution. That means that we should take our work extensively and very seriously. We can begin to quote documents which include the very essence of our message. And I always like to remind you that the Constitution begins by saying, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility." But I'd like to focus on the idea of establish justice. We can procedurally try to maneuver my good friend's inactions of not showing this committee respect by not appearing and responding to the subpoena. I called Chairman Jordan my good friend because we've worked together for years. But you did not show up and present yourself to this committee, whether or not it was in this session or the last session. Now, as we proceed, we will hear on the other side a constant pointing to members who did their service on the January 6th committee. They will take pot shots to Mr. Schiff. They will find dated and unheard commentary that they will utilize,
from the jump,
which I believe will continue to diminish the importance and integrity of this particular session. And
if it's a fact that the Pfizer report was false, so that means, oh, we talking about January 6th? I'm mixing up the two. My fault, people. But still, we seen videotape on January 6th and it don't fit what they put out there. So that was a lie too. Y'all just can't be trusted.
Constitutional responsibilities of impeachment. I too was going to have misgivings of the amendment that would have joined Mr. Jordan, because I am not ceding the point that Mr. Biden, Hunter Biden, should be held in contempt. And I will continue that approach through the rest of this markup. There is no evidence. How can you have evidence of contempt when you have an open and public statement that I will appear? I will appear. I will use my constitutional rights of appearing with counsel, and I will come before the committee. I was there on that day when he was available to come. How can you argue that he did not come when you made no effort to indicate that we are waiting for you in the hearing room, set up for you to come now and speak? That was not done. And if I want to go a step further, I'm not suggesting to Mr. Biden that I would want that to be the case, but no law enforcement was sent to direct him to the Judiciary Committee room in 2141 Rayburn on the House side. And so you cannot make an argument that Mr. Biden, Hunter Biden, should be held in contempt. The only argument you want is to continue to give a circus-like atmosphere to this very important.
I mean, if one of us had to show up to court, we would have to show up. Or we in contempt of court. They would send the police officers and everything. He already got away with a little bit, you know what I'm saying, by them not doing that. So he should be very lucky. Is she going to complain that they didn't do it when they should have did it? Some of these folks is ridiculous.
In committee, that under the Constitution is to be able to establish justice. Justice. There is no cause for what we're doing today. There is no basis for it. There is no evidence for it. There is no reason for it. Again, I do not believe Mr. Biden, Hunter Biden, should be held in contempt. All of the allegations that you have are simply that. Allegations of the abuse of power, the misuse of the relationship of father and son, all of that has to be proven. But you are going at it, and we will hear all of these bits and pieces and drops from the January 6th committee and so-called interactions between members on that committee that you either like or dislike, and we all will probably have a say in that. You cannot take away the sacred responsibility of the January 6th and this committee that is constitutionally grounded. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to be clear. I would not have been happy voting on that particular amendment because I think that yours should have been separate. And I do not believe that Mr. Biden, Hunter Biden, should be held in contempt at all, because I was there with you, Mr. Chairman, on that day, and you did not seem to make any effort to make sure that Mr. Biden knew he was welcome in that committee at that time for us to hear him in an open setting. With that, I hope that we can establish justice in this committee for once and for all, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I submit that whenever you have an issue under debate, the surest sign of weakness in an argument is to avoid the question, to talk about anything but the question in issue. Now, I do compliment the gentlelady from Texas for her point just made. She focused on the issue, but I do eagerly undertake her challenge. She says, you cannot make an argument that Hunter Biden is in contempt. How can you argue he will not come? She said, when he said he would come. Well, here's how. He was issued a subpoena for a deposition. He stated publicly and in correspondence that he would not testify in a deposition, that he wanted to do it his way in an open hearing. Well, that's contempt. And it is open and shut, cut and dried, as simple as it can possibly be. So that the subject under debate is whether an ordinary citizen who defies a subpoena of a congressional impeachment inquiry should be held to account. And there is also no need, really, to debate that. Quite to the contrary from the suggestion of the gentlelady from California, the weight is all on the other side. And interestingly enough, in the matters of Bannon and Navarro, every member of the minority is on record to that effect. Indeed, members of the minority have gone farther than that. Mr. Raskin has specifically addressed the purported basis for objection that Hunter Biden has offered, stating that the proper course is to first have private testimony in a deposition to explore facts thoroughly and in the way that that mode of examination permits, and then to have a public hearing after. Nobody that I can recall in the minority took issue with that point. But here's really the salient and final aspect that makes this clear beyond argument. This may be the most brazenly recalcitrant witness defying Congress in the history of the Congress that I'm aware of. Now, there may be some other situation in which this has been done. But the person who is subject to the subpoena, I hear the laughter on the other side, so let me go further. I don't know that anyone has ever come onto the complex in the shadow of the United States Capitol building, suborned and assisted by another member of Congress, a member of this committee, stood in the triangle and vowed to the media that he was defying the subpoena of a congressional impeachment inquiry. I don't know that that's ever been done. And I certainly don't believe that it's ever been the case that a member of Congress has made arrangements for that brazen defiance of Congress to be expressed on the Capitol, in the Capitol complex, on the plaza. So if you want to talk about the issue, it is not a close call. If you want to talk about what happened in the previous Congress and whether Congress can subpoena members of Congress to testify before a committee, especially when that committee has falsified and fabricated evidence to its eternal shame, then you can talk about those other issues. And I would if I were you, because you certainly cannot meet the simple proposition that is before us now. And you certainly cannot deny the duty of this committee to respond to that brazen defiance.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
And I promise I'll yield back to you down the road. But the point I would just make here is that the difference between Hunter Biden and, as you mentioned, Navarro and Bannon, is that Navarro and Bannon totally stonewalled Congress. They didn't produce any documents. They didn't offer to testify in any way, and they didn't provide any testimony of any kind. By contrast, here...
Let me take my time back, because I've only got another 20 seconds, and I don't want to just leave, and we'll come back to it and have further colleague, if you like, and I appreciate the gentleman from Maryland's collegial interaction. I think that is a distinction without a difference. I don't think, in fact, I think it makes it worse that Hunter Biden goes to media and declares and decides how he will testify to Congress. He will come to a public meeting, but he will not do what Congress has commanded by a lawful subpoena. I don't think it's a distinction that favors him. I think it's one that requires us to act. And my time's expired.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate the passion from my friend across the aisle and the outrage. I think we're all outraged about many things. But if we're going to talk about outrageous things that have happened or things that have never happened, let's talk about the fact that President Trump incited an erection. And maybe that too.
Yeah, you could talk about that too, I guess.
Maybe we should talk about that too. The president incited an insurrection. Maybe we should talk about the fact that the former president was impeached twice. Maybe we should talk about the fact that the former president was convicted on 91 felony counts. Maybe we should talk about the fact that the former president was charged with interfering with our elections. Maybe we should talk about the fact that most, if not all, of the members of this committee, certainly leaders in the House, have continued to support and endorse a person who has literally talked about being a dictator from day one. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe this markup is an unbelievable waste of time. My Republican colleagues have been investigating Hunter Biden for years. My colleague, Mr. Ivey, just gave very important statements about why this is a different case than others that have been cited. There's been no indication whatsoever that any of his activities are connected to the president. They have turned up nothing. So why are we really here today? It is another distraction from the fact that, in the words of one of my colleagues on the other side, in this committee, by the way, said on the floor of the House, this Republican-controlled do-nothing Congress has not delivered one thing that Republicans can go home and say that they delivered to their constituents. In fact, this Congress is on track to be one of the most unproductive in modern history. This Republican-led House has only passed 27 bills that became law in spite of holding 724 votes. We still have no reauthorization of the Farm Bill, no bringing to the floor of a bipartisan bill that we passed in this committee around surveillance reform. We are on the verge of a government shutdown, and you just compare that to 2022, when Democrats controlled the House with a razor-thin majority. We held 549 votes, and 248 bills were signed into law. Now, none of this inaction stops my Republican colleagues from celebrating all the funding for infrastructure and jobs the Democrats passed without a single Republican vote. Not a single Republican voted for the Inflation Reduction Act, and yet there are many that go home to their constituents and keep crowing about how they're bringing money home from bills that they never voted for. But aside from claiming the work of Democrats, Republicans have no achievements to run on. And the American people should make no mistake that this hearing is pure political distraction. My colleagues would have you forget that under the Biden administration, 2.7 million jobs were created just last year, more than any year under the previous administration. That is a total of 14.3 million jobs created under President Joe Biden. My colleagues would have you forget that starting this month, more Americans with diabetes will finally see sharp decreases in insulin prices. Thanks to President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, people on Medicare now pay no more than $35 a month for insulin prescriptions. That is money in people's pockets at home. And these efforts put pressure on drug makers to lower their prices for people not on Medicare as well. House Democrats also passed and President Biden signed into law, making historic investments to lower prescription drug prices. We extended health care coverage to millions, health care that Republicans are just trying to take away, acted on climate change, spurred American chips manufacturing, all while creating millions of jobs, and finally starting to ensure that the wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. And that's not to mention that we as House Democrats used our gavels to pass the Women's Health Protection Act to protect the right to decide whether or not to have an abortion. We passed landmark legislation to protect voting rights, to protect the civil rights of LGBTQ Americans, common sense gun safety reforms, legislation to provide a roadmap to citizenship to dreamers and farm workers, bills that provided an increase to the federal minimum wage, and protecting the right to collective bargaining, all with the slim margins that Republicans now blame for gridlock. What we did the last two Congresses is what real leadership looks like. We didn't waste months of staff time and taxpayer resources chasing empty investigations to score cheap political points. Reject this bad faith resolution, and let's focus on things that actually deliver for the American people. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we're going to dig through the law, we're going to dig through the statutes, we're going to dig through the rules, and it's important. But I want to talk about what the man on the street, the man and woman on the street really sees here. And it's called rules for thee, but not for me. Democrat leaders in their desperate attempt for power continue to rewrite the rules in an effort to maintain that power. They're manipulating the courts to keep a political opponent off the presidential ballot. They disregard democracy by all but canceling their own primary process to make sure that they coronate President Biden. Democrats on TV openly endorse the chaos on the border, claiming illegal immigration is a way to help them with future redistricting. That's what it's really about. a party that is desperate for power. Leaders that are desperate for power can never be trusted with it. And I pray that they don't get it, because it will rip apart the fabric of this country. The pattern we see here paints a clear picture, and it's what people on the street see. Democrat leaders believe they are better than all of us, better than everyone else. And there's no clearer example than Hunter Biden, a man who's paraded around the world with our adversaries, a man who cheats on taxes to the tune of millions of dollars, a man who spends that tax money on escorts, drugs, alcohol, and luxury hotels, a man who illegally obtains a gun and then illegally disposes of said gun and was going to get off with hardly a slap on the wrist. Any other American wouldn't receive that type of justice. A deal that would have cleared him of all illegal acts. Unbelievable. We had an honest judge who never saw anything like that, and she couldn't even do it for the president or the vice president. The corruption is so blatant, it's hard to believe when you say it out loud. The truth is, Hunter Biden's a bad guy, and his corruption goes all the way to the top, all the way to the president, and he needs to be held accountable. As for members of this very committee that have gone out of their way, a particular member, to help orchestrate the criminal act of defying a congressional subpoena. And let me address that. This is a standing committee of the United States House of Representatives. It isn't a select partisan hack committee set up by the former speaker that didn't hear anything from the other side of the aisle. Totally different. You can't relate one to the other. And of course, Mr. Jordan was willing to go, would have gone, but just wanted an outline of what the issues were really going to be, never received that. And the reason they didn't hold him in contempt, the reason that they didn't give him the information that they needed, because they knew they were on faulty ground, they knew that they were a partisan hack committee, they knew they didn't want to hear the facts, they knew they didn't want to have the truth. We have the other side of the aisle here. They can challenge, they can have a colloquy, they can go into debate. That didn't exist on that other committee. The purpose of that committee was to hang one individual. But when you think the rule of law is for thee and not for me, Hunter Biden and my colleague from California, those sanctions, they're unsurprising. Americans see the corruption, they feel it. They want Democratic leaders and powerful rich people to be treated like everybody else. The construction worker down the street sees it. The parents who want to speak out at a school board meeting see it. Traditional Catholics who want to worship their Catholicism and the government tries to spy on them sees it. The millions of Americans that were illegally surveyed by FISA, they see it. And if this committee doesn't unanimously today hold Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress, Democrat leaders will once again show the world their blatant disregard for the rules of this country and the core values that should bind all of us. Justice for thee, but not for me. The rules for thee, but not for me. The powerful, the rich, the Democrat leaders in control. It doesn't apply to them. It only applies to the people they want to get. God help us, I pray for justice and integrity to prevail today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to make a number of points. Number one, it was Merrick Garland, the Democratic Attorney General of the United States, who appointed the special prosecutor who was prosecuting Hunter Biden. So no one can say that we're letting Hunter Biden off. The Justice Department appointed, under Democratic auspices, a special prosecutor. Number one. Number two, we have never held someone in contempt who is willing to come and testify in public before a committee. The Republican majority on this committee has held 90 private interviews. One has been made public. Selective and misleading quotes have been released from the other 89. Selective and misleading. And they won't make the transcript of the entire interview public because that would show how selective and misleading the quotes are. Number three, let's talk about the real danger faced by this country. 3 years ago, an insurrection was launched against the lawful authority of this country, an insurrection designed to prevent the peaceful transfer of power, the first, in effect, revolution against this country since the Civil War. And it was mounted by Donald Trump. And people were hurt and killed in that attempted revolution, which is what it was. But now we seem to have forgotten it. Or at least the Republicans seem to have forgotten it. And don't forget the testimony right after the president was certified that night. The next day or two, the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, the Republican Minority Leader of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
Mike wasn't up. One thing I can say, man, they know how to feed off their own lies. Real good. But they would push this motherfucker boy to the end of the world.
McCarthy both got up and said that Donald Trump was responsible for what had happened. McConnell said he should be prosecuted. He is being prosecuted. Republicans say that this is a weaponization of the Department of Justice. What nerve? A former president is being prosecuted for crimes committed in front of the entire nation. Everybody saw it. This president, or former president, says that if he is reelected, he wants to be a dictator. He wants to weaponize the Justice Department to prosecute his opponents. He says so. He says he wants to do the things that Republicans are falsely accusing the current Justice Department of doing. He says he wants retribution. I am your retribution. He says he wants the death penalty against the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That is what's really going on in this country. And here we have this committee with a farcical motion to hold Hunter Biden in contempt, even though, as I said, Hunter Biden is willing to testify in front of the committee. No committee has ever held someone in contempt who is willing to testify and says so on any date that the chairman wishes. The hypocrisy here is, I would say it's beyond belief, except the Republicans have shown it repeatedly in this session. If they hadn't, it would be beyond belief. It's unforgivable. It's subversive of freedom in this country. It's subversive of the notion of Republican with a small r government. And the Republicans ought to be ashamed of themselves. I yield back.
Someone yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My fellow Americans, Happy New Year. But I've got some sad news. Despite what some would want you to believe, this hearing is not about Hunter Biden, a man who is a private citizen, never before worked for the federal government, much less the executive branch. This hearing, ladies and gentlemen, is about Joe Biden. Joe Biden is president, and MAGA Republicans on this committee still cannot bring themselves to accept the truth that Trump lost the election. So they've made it their single-minded mission to do everything they can to get Donald Trump reelected. Their game plan is to impeach Joe Biden and make him a one-term president. And despite a year of an exhaustive joint investigation by this committee and the MAGA House Oversight Committee into Hunter Biden's laptop.
It's like our brothers and sisters are the ones who disappoint me on these committees. They're not speaking for us at all. What good is it for us to move forward with Biden? He put us on the back burner. And I hate to look at the situation like that, you know what I'm saying? Because I try to open my mind a little bit wider. But these folks here are not for us, no matter if they look like us.
And Hunter's $1,300 a month, highly suspicious car note reimbursements to his dad, House Republicans have come up empty on their crusade to impeach Joe Biden. Perhaps this is what motivated my good friend and fellow Judiciary Committee member Chip Roy to take to the House floor in a fit of frustration and say, quote, "One thing, I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing, one, that I can go campaign on and say we did. Anybody sitting in the complex, if you want to come down to the floor and come explain to me one meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done," and he proceeded from there. I'll end that question.
The stuff he's saying might work for a first-time listener, but we've been following you for over a year and a half. We've been following these committees, and y'all did a lot of bullshit to stop shit. Y'all admitted that yesterday in the other hearing. A lot of things that they presented was dead on their route.
Right there. But Speaker Johnson is like-minded, saying that impeaching President Biden is a, quote, political imperative, end quote. Speaker Johnson went on to say that, quote, people are getting anxious and they're getting restless, and they just want somebody to be impeached, end quote. So here we are with government funding deadlines to keep the government open, rapidly approaching, with our allies in Ukraine requiring urgent assistance, among a host of other topics requiring congressional action. Republicans are kicking off the new year not by passing legislation that would better the lives of the American people. Instead, MAGA Republicans are kicking off the new year by going after Hunter Biden for being in violation of a subpoena to appear at a secret, almost clandestine deposition, excluding the public and the media, after Hunter had offered to come before this committee to answer any and all MAGA questions in a public hearing. And what's so ironic is that Chairman Jordan wants to hold a man in contempt who has offered to appear when the chairman has been in complete violation of his own duly issued House committee subpoena for the last 608 days. Sadly, legislating is secondary to the MAGA public political agenda of impeaching President Biden. In fact, last year, the MAGA-led House passed only 27 bills. This House held 724 votes, but we couldn't even make 30 laws. That is less lawmaking than any other Congress in the last decade. In fact, last year, MAGA Republicans passed fewer bills than any other Congress since the Great Depression. It's embarrassing and it's shameful, especially when you consider that MAGA Republicans expended 5 weeks last year to elect 2 House speakers, wasting a grand total of 19 speaker votes. It was indeed a painful spectacle. And the dysfunction and gridlock continue into 2024 with only 9 days left before the government runs out of money. The voters did not send us to Washington to pave the way for the re-election of Donald Trump. They sent us to Washington to pass laws that make life better for them. Let's start doing real work on behalf of the American people rather than wasting time catering to Donald Trump. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Ms. Moran, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there is really a narrow question presented here today before this committee, and that is, should Hunter Biden be held in contempt of Congress for failure or refusal to comply with a valid subpoena for deposition? That's it. That's the narrow question that's before this body today. That's the narrow question that's ultimately going to be presented to the whole body of Congress. And this matter is really about a procedural adherence to the law, more so than it is about the underlying substantive issues that we want to talk about. We have a valid and lawful and enforceable subpoena that has been issued to Hunter Biden for a deposition. It regarded a legislative purpose, and that proper subpoena must be complied with. There's no discretion there on behalf of the recipient of that subpoena to say when and how he wants to do it. It is by force of law that he must comply with the subpoena. That's point number one. I have 2 further points. Secondly, this is a matter regarding the acts and omissions of Hunter Biden, not others. I know that many of my colleagues on the other side want to talk about other people and other issues and other things that are irrelevant to this proceeding today. The proceeding, again, is a narrow question about Hunter Biden's acts and omissions as it relates to the subpoena that was issued to him for a deposition. That's it. Responsibility and accountability for decisions has to be individualized in this particular instance. When I was home over the break, I had lots of opportunity to deal with my 2 young children, my 6 and my 8-year-old. And oftentimes when I deal with them, what I find is when they're having an issue, I go to one and I say, why did you do this? And he wants to point at his sister and say, well, she did this. He wants to deflect and talk about his sister's action. I have to respond and remind him, no, let's talk about your responsibility for your own decisions and the accountability that you're going to have for the decisions that you're making. That's what I feel like when I'm here today listening to some of the arguments on the other side. They want to deflect and say, oh, but let's look at somebody else and something else that happened years ago. Well, no, the narrow question is, what did Hunter Biden do or not do in response to the subpoena for testimony and deposition? That's the narrow question here today. The decisions of Hunter Biden have to have consequences. And that leads me to point number 3. Because if this body fails or refuses to hold Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress, future citizens will know that such subpoenas are meaningless. Whether or not they come from a democratically controlled Judiciary Committee or a Republican-controlled Judiciary Committee, they're meaningless. And in that instance, the legislative branch would be without power to effectively compel attendance. We do this over and over again as the Article 1 branch of government. We cede power to somebody else We don't want to enforce it when it's tough. We have to hold ourselves accountable, and in this instance, we have to hold a private citizen accountable when they do not respond to a properly and validly issued subpoena. If we do not do that, then for years to come, other people will say, but Hunter Biden didn't show up. Why should I show up? There will be no consequences. I don't need to do this. Or maybe it's just that because Hunter Biden's daddy is the president, that's the issue, that he knows he's going to get coverage. It's clear to me that Hunter Biden believes he is above the law. This Judiciary Committee today cannot let it go. We have an obligation and a duty to hold this citizen responsible and accountable for his failure or refusal to respond to a valid subpoena for a deposition. Not a hearing before this committee, but a deposition. Any other American under subpoena would be required to attend, and any other American would not get the protection that Hunter Biden is getting in this instance. We must act strongly and stand firm, not just for Republican issuances of subpoenas, but for Democratic issuance of subpoenas in years to come, because one of these days the tables are going to be turned, and we must be consistent in the application of our law. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Schiff, if you'd yield for a question first, I guess we're still on your amendment. No?
No,
Was that tabled or the table to appeal the motion to
They buried the motion to hold Mr. Jordan in contempt with one procedural motion, but that wasn't enough to hide it from the public, so they buried the procedural motion in another procedural motion, which was buried in a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair, which was tabled, and long and the short of it is they didn't want to discuss it, and they moved to a procedural mechanism where they could stop the debate.
Well, the thing is, what they were, problem was they said that the subpoena to Mr. Jordan was in the last Congress, and therefore it's been, statute of limitations has run. But what it really is about chutzpah, which in English, of course, is hypocrisy. But it's both chutzpah and hypocrisy. That Mr. Jordan would have asked that a subpoena failure to comply be cited for contempt when he did the same thing. That chutzpah has no statute of limitations. Would you entertain another amendment that finds him guilty of chutzpah?
I would certainly be willing to modify my motion to simply hold him in contempt and not Hunter Biden, if that were desired by the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. There's some things that have been said today.
I don't think that is desired by the committee.
Some things have been said today that I'd like to... Mr. Van Drew said that the January 6th committee just wanted to hang one person. No, it was hang Mike Pence. That's what they said on January 6th, not hang somebody else, individual one. And so I think he got confused in who was to be hung. And Ms. Jayapal did a pretty good job of talking about what they failed to do. But you forgot today is an historic day. Today is a day like none other in the history of the Congress of the United States of America. The Republicans are getting us a new pin. Today we're getting a new pin. Never before we had two pins in one Congress. This is the two-pin Congress. They didn't like green.
Will the gentleman yield as to the pin?
No, sir. Maybe it's the wicked that they don't like the connection with the play, which was green, and it gave green a good name. We're getting a new pin. We're getting a new pin. But the fact is, this is not about Hunter Biden. This is not about subpoenas. This is about Joe Biden, and it's about this committee and much of the Republican Congress trying to reelect Donald Trump, who has 91 indictments, 91 sightings and indictments, 2 impeachments, God knows how many lies, and they want to help get him back in power, who he says he'll be the dictator just on day one. And on day one, of course, what he'll do is he'll declare a national emergency and a national situation where he'll empower the military and come under his command to go after people and arrest people and to do things that have never been done in America before.
Basically, on day one, he's coming to get your ass. I'm just saying. Not my words, it was his words.
That will be a dictatorship that he will announce on day one and will continue through history. But he's not going to be elected because the American people are not capable or willing to be conned by the number one con man that this nation has ever known. He has conned many of his supporters. And I read on January 6th on responses to emails, to social media sightings, that group believes that it was Antifa and the FBI that led the assault on January 6th. They had masks on to make them appear to be MAGA. I guess the Antifa and the, which is not a Democratic group, it's some kind of group out there, Antifa, they're liberal, they're not Democrat. And that they and the FBI got involved in the insurrection and urged it on and were responsible for it, and it was all a false flag. And these people believe it. They have bought one of the biggest lies ever propounded or promoted by an American president. And the president continues to do it, to talk about the election. And there were people in this Congress who supported overturning the election. I think 140 people on the Republican side voted to not accept the Electoral College votes of Arizona and or Pennsylvania. It's scary what's happened, and this is part of it. This is a continuation of rewriting history and making people out there who apparently didn't go to the colleges that have the presidents that Ms. Stefanik is trying to remove. Anyway, this is chutzpah, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make a couple of brief remarks on just some of the issues that were brought up from other side and then kind of get to the subject. No, honestly, I agree. Last Congress, the other side passed a lot of very bad bills. I don't think quantity of bills is a good legislation and actually wasted a lot of money. And unfortunately, they had control on the whole houses and presidency and were able to do a lot of bad legislation and not dealing with real issues affecting Americans, crushing debt, inflation, and the spending and, and what's happening on our border is very destructive for our country. And they don't want to do, and they don't even want to find bipartisan agreement on these issues, this Congress, which is very sad for me to see.
Y'all notice they got an Indian on that post behind her? That looks like an Indian with the headdress on, the feathers and shit.
I know there is a lot of discussions about, January 6th, and I've been in the chamber on January 6th, and I'll tell you something, we call this insurrection. I'll have to tell you, if the people that show up there wanted to do it, they would have succeeded, but they didn't show up for that reason. It was people that were upset because the quality of people came there, they were mad because we are not governing for the people. And that's unfortunately what was very strange to me, that Speaker Pelosi didn't have a security. Speaker Pelosi insisted for us to stay in the chamber where personally demanded to leave that chamber. So a lot of things, the other side dropped the ball. And it was very unfortunate for me to see that. So I think this is beyond the subject of this matter, but we need to stop, accusing people that disagree with the government that been very corrupt and oppressive, to actually come here and, express peacefully their dissatisfaction. And there are always some bad players, and who knows who they are, but we don't call all people insurrectionists. This is just un-American to do it, and I'm sick and tired of the other side constantly doing it because I knew a lot of people that were there in the crowd, and they're good Americans, patriotic, that love this country. But go further, I know that maybe, Chairman Issa said it might be a waste of time, and Hunter Biden is going to invoke the Fifth Amendment, but you know what? What he's doing right now, beyond that, it is a blatant disregard of congressional subpoena. That's how he does. He actually dares enough. No other American would show up actually in the face, of Congress and defy and say, I'm going to decide how things are going to happen. This is just disrespectful. Only someone who thinks a little too much of himself would go actually do something. People might disagree, fighting in the courts, but not in the face. As Representative Bishop said, that is actually extremely disrespectful to this institution to do what he is doing. And if we look at the matter of the fact, we can debate and try, to get attention to other issues and deliberate. But ultimately, I think that should be, and Representative Moran said that is setting up a very bad precedent. If the other side decide, that, somebody can just act like that with the Congress, they might shoot themselves in the foot because next Congress, there could be something different, and they will be on the other side because we're setting up a precedent, but somebody's going to decide if they're going to comply or not with the deposition subpoena. And I don't think this institution, should allow that happen. If this is a very serious impeachment inquiry, if Hunter Biden want to explain what's happened, he has a chance to come. And it's not like in a deposition you have just one side. You have both sides, equal amount of time. Everything can be questioned. So it's a very bipartisan process, but not a 5-minute presentation that will just go until he do just here for 5 minutes talking points with his lawyers, and it's not going to really get to the subject matter because subject matter at stake, it's extremely serious. I think we should start taking actually impeachment inquiries and proceedings much more seriously than the other side did. It's not a politics, it's not a joke. We're a serious institution, and I do not think people think that way here now, and it's unfortunately what we became a circus, entertainment, and talking points, and not really looking at issues seriously. It's sad for me to see, and I think this is a reflection, on where we are heading as a republic, and it's a sad reality. But we have to decide, are we going to be adults in the room instead of looking at the issues, or we're just going to do presentations here? So I think if we go to the narrow matter of the discussion, do we allow anyone to defy the congressional subpoena? And the other sides will have to make a decision how they're going to vote for that. But they might regret that they're doing politics right now. So I hope they will rethink this and support in this resolution. So I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Oh my gosh. Man, would you hate to be standing across from that? She need to run for president. She make more sense than the rest of these motherfuckers.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Tip is right. Then we'll get Mr.
Mr. Chairman, once again, we hear an effort to reinvent January 6th, this time as people expressing peacefully their disagreements with the government. January 6th was not a peaceful expression of differences with the government. It was a massive, violent attack on the Capitol with the object of overturning a free and fair election. Mr. Jordan cut off debate on my amendment to hold him in contempt, so we couldn't discuss what his role was, why he was subpoenaed, and whether he should be held to the same standard as a private citizen. And while he said...
They keep saying that about J6 makes it look more just like it was a play. And that's what you wanted the play to be, and no matter what, that is the theme for the play. That's just how it seems.
Quite erroneously, that he was not required to testify, either because he took issue with the object of the investigation or because the speech and debate clause, as Representative Lofgren pointed out, that does not apply to subpoenaing a member of this body. Let's remember who did step forward, and let's ask ourselves not why he was compelled and refused, but why he didn't volunteer to come forward, why he was unwilling to share his information, why it was even necessary to subpoena him. After all, so many others did their constitutional duty. Republican Speaker in Arizona, Rusty Bowers, talked about how he was compelled by his oath, by his faith, by the Constitution, to do his constitutional duty, to refuse the former president's entreaties to overturn the election. And he showed his devotion to our country and the Constitution by coming and testifying. Jim Jordan would not. Brad Raffensperger, the Republican Secretary of State in Georgia, did his constitutional duty both to protect the vote in Georgia, to ignore the former president's demands that he find 11,780 votes that didn't exist, but also to come and testify, to share with the country what he knew, but not Jim Jordan. Cassidy Hutchinson, a staff member at the White House, showed extraordinary courage to come forward, showed her devotion to her country and Constitution, and came forward and testified, but not Jim Jordan. Capitol police officers who were beaten and gouged that day, they came forward and testified, but not Jim Jordan. White House counsel, Republican White House counsel came forward and testified, but not Jim Jordan. Unless we forget why the committee wanted Jim Jordan, let's look at our referral to the Ethics Committee over his failure to come forward for guide as to why we wanted his testimony. Representative Jordan was a significant player in President Trump's efforts, we wrote. He participated in numerous post-election meetings in which senior White House officials, Rudy Giuliani and others, discussed strategies for challenging the election. Chief among them claims that the election had been tainted by fraud. On January 2nd, 2021, Representative Jordan led a conference call in which he, President Trump, and other members of Congress discussed strategies for delaying the January 6th joint session. During that call, the group also discussed issuing social media posts encouraging President Trump's supporters to march to the Capitol on January 6th. An hour and a half later, President Trump and Representative Jordan spoke by phone for 18 minutes. Yes, we wanted him to come testify about what he discussed with President Trump for 18 minutes. And no, Jim Jordan has never told this body why he was unwilling to tell the country about that conversation in the run-up to a violent attack on the U.S. Capitol. Or why he spoke with White House staff about, as we wrote, the prospect of presidential pardons for members of Congress. He was unwilling to say why he thought pardons for members of Congress might be necessary. And today, he's unwilling to tell us why there should be a different standard for a member of Congress who is subpoenaed than for a private citizen, and why the standard for a private citizen should be so much higher. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that's not a germane question. We love to hide behind germaneness when we really don't want to answer the root of the matter. And the root of the matter is, why is Hunter Biden's failure to appear worthy of a criminal contempt, but the chairman of the Judiciary Committee's unwillingness to comply with a congressional subpoena gets nothing more than a shrug? That's really the question before this committee today. And so far, there is no answer. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I love following my colleagues from California because it gives me so many more things to talk about. You know, Congressman Schiff, you and I came into Congress together almost 24 years ago. We've seen a lot. We've seen a lot in this committee. But whenever I'm in a markup and one side wants to talk about something that's not on the table, and the other side says, well, why don't we talk about what's on the table? The whole thing gets lost. Well, I want to bring it back to what is really at stake here. This committee has subpoenaed an individual in which there is a substantial amount of information related to the wrongdoing of not just himself, but potentially the President of the United States, the then Vice President of the United States. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with an investigation of the then Vice President of the United States and his son, who had special access, who flew on Air Force Two, who today had the committee room next to us swept so he could come in and make a little staged appearance. We're not dealing with a private individual, as my colleague from California said. He's not a private individual. He is the son of the president. He is a man who has flown around the world using his last name being his father's last name, to make millions of dollars, much of which he hid from the IRS and didn't pay his taxes on. That's who we're asking to come in a private session, not a staged public event, and answer questions if he will. As a gentlelady from Indiana said, Ms. Sparks, I said he probably would take the fifth. He hasn't said he'd take the fifth. That would be an assertion that his people could make, and that the chairman would look at that. What he has done is simply thumbed his nose at the American people and at this body. It's that simple. It has nothing to do with what went on in the last Congress. It has nothing to do with what went on years ago in the election of President Biden. And yet one side would have you hear about Jim Jordan not showing up for a committee that he sent letters back to telling him why he needed to know things and he wanted to negotiate his appearance, which is not uncommon for any witness, particularly a member of Congress, asked about his private conversations between him and the President of the United States. We all know the President of the United States has an absolute right to ask for and receive information in confidence, and we have been told for years on both sides of the aisle that we do not have access to that correspondence related to decision-making of a president. And yet we're acting like they're the equivalent of somebody who has committed crimes, Hunter Biden, who has used his position as the son of the president to fly to China, make business deals, and then fly home with daddy on Air Force Two. We are clearly looking at somebody who has done wrong, has used his family name to do wrong, but more importantly, we are looking at whether or not there was a connection in funds flowing to the president and or the president, then vice president, taking action as a result of funds flowing to he or other family members. It's that simple. We are doing a serious investigation of real wrongdoing, and an individual who has done wrongdoing, no question about it, is refusing to come, but has as the congressman who's no longer here from Tennessee says, he has the chutzpah to show up in the committee room next door or use the Secret Service to do so, just as before the break, he showed up across the Capitol using Congressman Swalwell's name to get himself a place to have a staged press conference. Well, we sat in this room waiting for him to show up, all the court reporters, the chairman, the ranking members doing their job because we expected him to show up as subpoenaed for a deposition. So let's get back to the basics. This is a contempt because he has been contemptible of not just not showing up, but how he has thwarted and given us the middle finger, if you will, to the American people. And when somebody flips the bird to the American people or the United States Congress or to the power of legitimate government actions, yes, that's what referral for contempt to the federal court should be, and I insist on it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got quite a few things to respond to. I want to start it with the comment from the gentlelady from, I think it's Indiana, regarding the peaceful, nonviolent protest on January 6th. The irony of that for me is, I grew up during the Civil Rights Movement. Dr. King's birthday is one that we celebrate on Monday. And I gotta say that if she wants to see an example of a peaceful, nonviolent process or protest, I hope she'll watch Montgomery to Memphis or take a look at the Civil Rights Movement, because that's what a nonviolent protest looks like. Dr. King didn't show up with bear spray. He didn't show up with any kind of weapons. He didn't break into any kind of locked buildings. They didn't do anything like that. If there was any kind of violence during those protests, it was perpetrated by the police, Bull Connor and the like. Next, I'd like to say this. The Republicans keep saying, we want to try and get this information. It's important. President Biden is, under investigation, blah, blah, blah. Here's the problem with that argument. You could have gotten it right there at the table. In fact, Mr. Issa just referenced the meeting. We were sitting, I think it was the next room, waiting for Hunter Biden to show up. Well, A, that's incorrect because he said he wasn't coming for the deposition. But if they decided, you know what, we can do a hearing right now. They had the court reporter there. We're in a hearing room. The members just come up to the dais and give them a chance to speak. We could have done it right then. In fact, we could do it today if you guys would just move off of this hardline position about it's got to be a deposition. It can't be public testimony. We could do it now. We could do it now. So the problem when you start talking about contempt, by the way, this is criminal contempt. You're saying that he's got the intent to deny this committee information that it's seeking. And all the cases you cite in your report go to that point. But he's not denying the information. In fact, in contrast to some of the other folks we talked about, Navarro and Bannon and the like, they stonewalled it. He has not. He has not. And the last point I'll make, and I'll give you some time if I can, with respect to the chairman's responses with respect to the select committee subpoena. And I think it's a fair point that the congressman from California made. You know, Mr. Chairman, you could have testified if you wanted. In fact, if you'd met the Hunter Biden standard, you could have publicly testified, just like he's offered to do. And by the way, it's not too late. You know, if you want to make that happen, we can do that, I'm sure. But the other point I want to make is this. One of the things the chairman did in sending a letter back to the select committee was he put conditions on him coming to testify. Conditions that he would never permit witnesses now to assert. For example, he requested material from the select committee, including all materials referencing him in the select committee's possession, and all internal legal analysis related to the constitutionality of the members' subpoenas. If members, I don't even know how many compliance hearings we've had with respect to Department of Justice, but if they'd made...
And I'm not sure if y'all noticed or not, but he wore that tie last week.
That assertion, you would have to peel these guys off the ceiling. And by the way, we've got members demanding DOJ line employees and other line employees at the government level, having them come in to testify, which is unprecedented, by the way, especially in the middle of a criminal investigation. You're bringing line prosecutors in here and compelling them to testify, or even asking them to testify, in the middle of a criminal investigation. And they're complying with you. By the way, I've told them I disagree with that position. I think they should just outright say no, because that's what you did, that's what the Republicans did, and that's what the previous executive branch administrations have done. They've asserted privileges that the Biden administration has not. And yet here we are. You're going after, and he's not a public figure, not a public official, by the way. Hunter Biden's a private citizen, which distinguishes him from all the executive branch cases that are referenced in your report. He's a different person. He's offered to come in and testify. He's a private.
What normal citizen that y'all know, or y'all can tell me, that's been on Air Force 2? Normal citizen.
Private citizen who does it and doesn't have to do it, and there's absolutely no reason we should hold him in criminal contempt. With that, I yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and just to distinguish my California colleague's argument that Jim Jordan didn't have to appear because there's some executive privilege covering his conversations with Donald Trump. Much as I respect my colleague, legally, that's nonsense. Executive privilege applies within the executive. A president can't say to a member of Congress, you can't describe my conversation that I had with you. And in fact, even within the executive, we had the testimony of White House counsel and other close advisors of the president's have been testifying before the grand jury because the courts have rejected that argument where the president was engaged in potential criminality.
Gentleman from
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes. Would the gentleman yield for just a second?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Just in response to Mr. Ivey, the reason I sent the 11-page letter to Mr. Thompson that again haven't received a response from was because asking for the reasoning and the analysis on the subpoena was because he had said so. He said, we're studying the matter. We're not sure we can do it. There was doubt there, so we said, well, provide us what now, because now you've changed your position, you've issued the subpoena, so we just asked for that. We've yet to receive that, but that's why we did it, because the chairman actually said that.
Would the gentleman yield?
To the gentleman from Virginia. It says gentleman from Virginia's time.
I thank the chairman, and that was going to be my first request, is that your letter of June 9th be inserted for the record.
Without objections, it'd be entered in.
And let's run down that timeline, because you were first approached in late 2021 about appearing before the January 6th committee. You responded on January 9th, 2022, stating that you had no relevant information would assist, but wrote that any information you could provide would relate to performance of official duties. May 12th, Chairman Thompson subpoenaed you. May 25th, you requested information and materials from the committee. May 31st, Chairman Thompson widened the scope of information sought. June 9th, you responded again. So the last communication was you responding, trying to negotiate the appearance before the committee. Mr. Ivey has been an attorney in private practice. I've been an attorney in private practice, representing clients in receipt of subpoenas, and also a prosecutor actually issuing subpoenas. And
there's a thing called reasonable accommodation, which I know my friend is familiar with, where you try to reach an agreement about how that person will comply with the subpoena. And I'm not going to yield at this point, but I will say that this is very different than what we've seen from Mr. Biden. And Mr. Ivey sits on the subcommittee that I chair, Responsiveness and Accountability to Oversight. We've been charged with trying to encourage responsiveness instead of stonewalling to consistently requests for information from this committee being ignored by this administration. So the idea that somehow the son of the president is doing something that is different than the administration is actually not that unusual. But what we have here is continued stonewalling by Mr. Biden. On December 7th, we issued the committees issued a joint deposition notice for him to appear on December 13th, and he didn't appear for his deposition. The last communication was actually not from Mr. Biden asking for more information. Mr. Lowell did send a letter on December 6th, but that the committee actually responded that day, the same day, reiterating that the subpoenas do not provide Mr. Biden a choice to make, and rather the subpoenas compel him to appear for a deposition. And let's talk about which committees we're talking about here. This is, again, a standing committee of the House of Representatives, the Judiciary Committee, as opposed to the January 6th committee, which even the chairman himself actually was quoted as saying, I think there are some questions as to whether we have the authority to subpoena colleagues. We're looking at it. And they never actually arrived at a conclusion as to whether that was allowable under the rules and challenged by many of my colleagues. So the chairman of this committee never declined to testify, whereas Mr. Biden seems to want to violate all norms and procedures of proper subpoena procedure and compliance and reasonable accommodation and dictate to this committee the time and place and manner in which he will appear. Instead of making appearances down the hall at oversight committee hearings to thumb his nose, instead of somehow cooperating with members of the minority to arrange for press conferences on Capitol grounds. Can you imagine if Mr. Bobulinski had done that? What the minority would do if those who January 6th were seeking testimony from and who did not comply actually held press conferences on the Capitol grounds or came to adjoining committees to sit and smile at the members of the committee while they tried to get information. Heads would explode on that side of the aisle. So with that, I urge my colleagues to support this motion. It is time to get compliance with this committee's responsibility for oversight, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Last term, when Democrats were in control, we passed a number of laws to move the American family forward. We passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act that created a lot of good-paying jobs. We passed the Bipartisan PACT Act that helped our nation's veterans. We passed the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act that brought chip manufacturing back to the United States and created even more good-paying jobs. This term, under Republican control, what do we have? We have impeachments and expulsions and contempt proceedings because Republicans have no agenda. Under Democrats, we created a record number of jobs last year. We had GDP growth above expectations, unemployment at a 50-year low, and the stock market reaching record highs. And what are we doing here this week?
This was the one where
Not
he
one,
was on
but two hearings under Republican control
I'm not sure what
on Hunter
video
Biden.
they kept pulling up on
I can guarantee you, no American family over the holidays was sitting around the kitchen table thinking, gosh, that Hunter Biden, he's willing to testify publicly under oath in front of Congress, but he won't do a closed-door deposition. You really got to hold him in contempt. No American family was thinking that. None of this helps move the American family forward. And the reason we have not one but two committee hearings doing this today is because Republicans have no agenda. We are 9 days away from a government shutdown. Are we doing a single appropriations hearing on the floor this week? No. Instead, what we got this year was we had Republicans bring us to the brink of not one, not two, but now 3 potential government shutdowns. We had a Republican majority bring us to the brink of a catastrophic default on our nation's debts. And we had a Republican majority taking out their own speaker. We have chaos on the other side, and because they can't agree on anything, they're doing these stupid proceedings. And it's particularly stupid because Hunter Biden showed up today to testify publicly, under oath. Why are the Republicans scared to let him testify publicly? What are Republicans hiding from American people? What don't they want Hunter Biden to say publicly? Ask yourself that question. And let me make one more point. None of this is going to matter because Hunter Biden substantially complied with a subpoena.
The Republicans told us more than you have told us. You wouldn't have told us about all those transactions and stuff, and I mean, y'all haven't said nothing up to this point. Y'all talking about it now because it got exposed.
The subpoena said, we want your testimony. You said, okay, I will come to you at a time and place that you choose. I just won't do a closed-door deposition, but I'll come to a time and place here in this committee room and testify publicly under oath. That is substantial compliance. That means the Department of Justice is never going to enforce this subpoena. So we're spending all this time wasting taxpayers' money when we should be focused instead. How do we move the American family forward? How do we lower costs, create more jobs, and increase GDP growth? That's what Democrats want to work on. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question's come up numerous times. Why won't he sit for a closed-door deposition, which was brought up by my colleague, Mr. Bishop, earlier? I mean, I'm not sure what the issue is. Why won't he sit for a deposition? I think he's just...
Would the gentleman yield for an answer to that question?
I don't yield right now.
Mr. Fitzgerald controls the time.
I'm not sure why, but I'm sure it's the barrage of questions that, quite honestly, would probably incriminate him. My colleague, Mr. Ivey, earlier talked about being a private citizen. And the problem is that Hunter Biden has a business card, right? And I'm not sure how many business cards he has, but I think most of them would simply say the president's son, right? I mean, that's clearly what he's doing. I mean, if he's down the hallway today in oversight, willing to sit in the back row and smile at the members of Congress to defy, obviously, the subpoena, he still hasn't found a job like he was asked about by a judge much earlier in the year, last year. So it's straightforward that the president's son not only defied a legally issued subpoena, but both House and committee rules make it crystal clear, as many of my colleagues have said before, that we have subpoena authority, which was communicated on multiple occasions to the president's son and his counsel. His decision to ignore the deposition subpoenas in favor of a public hearing, it doesn't somehow absolve him from the constitutional mandated duty to comply. So there's been a lot of discussion about other items, I think, here today, but let's go back to the bottom line, and that is that he is under a subpoena by the U.S. House of Representatives to sit and comply with a subpoena. It's not a suggestion. It does not deserve special treatment. It is what it is. But more than that, his refusal to testify seems to support the notion that, he doesn't want to incriminate himself, which, I understand. Then simply take the fifth. Again, Mr. Bishop discussed this earlier. Is this simply kind of a charade in front of Congress to ultimately say, okay, I'd be willing to come in and sit? We don't know what he would say in a public hearing either. But this committee, Judiciary Committee, not only has the wherewithal, but the responsibility to take this seriously. We know through public record requests and the depositions of business associates and government officials that foreign money was received by the president's son and the Biden family, and that those payments led to favors or special treatment by the President of the United States, and that large, quote-unquote, reimbursement checks were issued to President Biden shortly after that. We all know through testimony from the president's son and his business associate, Devin Archer, that President Biden was at the center of this family's business dealings. Mr. Archer put it, quote-unquote, the brand. He was on speakerphone with his son approximately 20 times. He was allegedly sitting with his son when Hunter Biden pressured a Chinese energy company, and he received 10% for his troubles. It's a joke. It's on T-shirts. You board any airplane in America right now, and it says 10% for the big guy. Further, it appears that foreign nationals sought to influence public officials through their family members. This presents legal and ethical questions that need to be answered. And the president's son is afraid that a closed-door deposition may support some of these accusations. That's what's going on. I don't think anybody's being fooled by the discussion that's happening here today. So I just reiterate my support for the idea that we should continue to press to get the president's son in a deposition setting and get to the bottom of this so that the people of the United States of America understand that their president is not part of this. Unfortunately, I think he is. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Vermont, Ms. Balin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. My constituents ask me all the time, what's the most difficult part of serving in Congress? And for me, it is confronting the deep cynicism. This hearing is not about transparency. It's not about accountability. Our committee has conducted 90 interviews or depositions this Congress, and to date, the chairman has released exactly one transcript. The one transcript that was released after we, Democrats, complained and asked him to release it to the Judiciary Committee in a hearing. The chairman won't let Hunter Biden testify publicly, and he hasn't been releasing the transcripts of interviews that have taken place. The public, as my colleague said, regular people deserve to know what this committee has been doing this Congress. I agree. The public, regular people, should see that in interview after interview, Republicans advance conspiracy theories wholly unsupported by evidence. Instead, the chairman continues to call witnesses behind closed doors, and I fear that's because the facts don't support the allegations. That the evidence would actually show that Republicans put forward claims that are baseless and false. So let's talk more about those real people, those regular people who send us here to do work on their behalf. Not only are the chairman's investigations a cynical waste of time, but they have put the lives of regular people in danger. Witnesses that have appeared before this committee have testified that House Republicans have spread dangerous conspiracy theories about them, and it has led to threats against their families and against them. Regular people, regular Americans. For instance, after Chairman Jordan posted an edited video of her on Twitter, one witness who was 9 months pregnant at the time had to get a restraining order against a man who repeatedly doxed her family. She had to disguise herself to go to prenatal visits because of the stalking and of the tens of thousands of death threats that she experienced. She ended up having to hire a private security firm that recommended that she not leave home. Witnesses who are members of law enforcement have testified that they've been doxxed, that they have gotten threats not just at work, but at their homes as well. And beyond that, witnesses have described threats to their families and to their children. They've described threatening letters being sent to their family members and having to move houses because their addresses have been posted online. Many of the 90 interviews that the committee has conducted this Congress have been with ordinary Americans, regular people who are just trying to do their jobs. Republican investigations this Congress have jeopardized the health and the safety of everyday Americans, regular people, the people who sent us here to do work on their behalf. This committee appears to be more interested in advancing conspiracy theories than in doing our jobs, serving the people we represent, those regular people. The posturing here in this committee is rooted in a deep, dangerous cynicism, a cynicism that threatens our very democracy, and it is very hard to watch. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I agree with Mr. Liu and other Democrats who have spoken today that it was a tragedy that we lost many months of productive work because of the chaos created by the removal of the Speaker. But I would remind them that the Republican majority didn't remove the Speaker. Every single Democrat in the House, joined by just 8 Republicans, removed the Speaker. And under that Speaker, this House had passed landmark legislation to secure our borders, unleash American energy independence, and cut hundreds of billions of dollars of red tape. And to his argument that the economy is doing just great because of this administration, here's the one question they fear the most. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Everybody knows the answer to that question in their own lives, and they will vote accordingly. And that obviously terrifies the Democrats, and it should. But all of that's irrelevant to the question before us today. The question before us today was perhaps best expressed just the other day by President Biden himself. On January 5th, the president attacked those who he said, quote, traffic in lies told for power and profit, and who are driven by grievance and grift. Well, we're here because of concern that for many years, the president has been doing exactly that through a complex family influence peddling scheme. These concerns are backed by a growing trove of documentation, emails, testimony of associates, bank records, FBI informants that paint a troubling picture of a family influence peddling operation over many years in which the central feature was access to Joe Biden, involving millions of dollars of payments to family members and perhaps to Biden himself.
So, is Joe Biden the only person in the world where the pyramid scheme actually worked? Well, all the way up to now. But he got paid.
Now, Joe Biden clearly, unequivocally, and forcefully has maintained that he had nothing to do with that operation. He never spoke to his family about it. So what is so hard for the family member who collected all of these millions of dollars of foreign payments at the center of all of this to come here and say so? The only answer I can think of is that Mr. Biden has been telling lies for power and profit, driven by grievance and grift. I hope there's another answer that would exonerate the president. And I would think that he, above all, would want to put those suspicions to rest. If there's nothing to these suspicions, just say so. How hard is that? And if there is something to these suspicions, the Fifth Amendment rightly protects all Americans from being compelled to provide self-incriminating testimony. That might be embarrassing, but no further information can be compelled. Instead, he's chosen to thumb his nose at the lawful subpoena of Congress, a subpoena that presents no questions as far as its legitimacy or constitutionality. And that act is contemptible, and it is criminal, and it cannot be allowed to stand. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Arizona reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of
Amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady is, while we're waiting to get the amendment, but the gentlelady may begin explaining her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just returned from the Homeland Security Committee, and I again want to assert the comments of my ranking member, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that maybe in the interim you would correct that procedural injustice, if you will. I don't believe that there's any facts basis for Secretary Marcus to be impeached, but certainly the actions should be retained of impeachment by this Judiciary Committee. I wanted that to be on the record. As I said, there's an amendment at the desk, Jackson Lee, and my amendment notes that the House Republicans are continuing to harp on an investigation that has produced no evidence of wrongdoing. Specifically, my amendment will do the following. On page 7, strike the sentence that reads, information held and known to Mr. Biden is vital to the impeachment inquiry of President Biden and the committee's ongoing efforts to craft legislative reforms to federal ethics and financial disclosure laws. On page 7, after the sentence that begins throughout 2023, insert the following. Congressional Republicans have received dozens of hours of testimony from government officials and former Hunter Biden business partners and obtained troves of documents in response to their requests. This includes more than 37,000 pages of bank records, including personal bank accounts of Biden family members and other private citizens produced by 9 different banks. In addition, the Biden-Harris administration has cooperated extensively with congressional Republicans' probe. This comes on top of evidence collected by Senators Johnson and Grassley as part of their 2020 investigation into Hunter Biden. Instead of focusing on passing meaningful legislation or act on imperatives for the American people, and mind you, coming out of Homeland Security, meaning fix the immigration system, House Republicans have instead focused solely on this investigation, an investigation that has failed to reveal any evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden. Furthermore, to the extent that the Judiciary Committee has been investigating the Department of Justice handling of the Hunter Biden criminal matter, the evidence has shown that the department has handled this investigation apolitically and in accordance with all relevant statutes, guidelines, and policies. The same statutes, guidelines, and policies that apply to all criminal matters. The evidence also shows that much of the purported evidence behind this investigation on further scrutiny is not grounded in reality. For example, when Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer falsely claimed that China, through Hunter Biden, made payments to now President Joe Biden in 2018, bank records clearly demonstrated that the payments from Hunter Biden, as we have heard, were made to Joe Biden to repay a car loan for a 2018 Ford Raptor truck. On page 7, strike the sentence beginning, the committees have collected evidence through the remainder of the section, which ends on page 11, to influence foreign business abroad and enrich the Biden family. I am glad to have been able to explain my amendment. It is unfortunate that we are here today engaging in this markup, which is nothing more than a political exercise, some would say stunt, and an embarrassing waste of time. I started out this morning by saying the highest regard that I have for this committee and the service that I've been honored to encounter. We've done many good things, and in the last 2 Congresses, Under Chairman Nadler, we have passed amazing legislation, even brought back to life the Violence Against Women Act that we have struggled with for over 5 years. So rather than passing legislation, indeed, to help the American people, my colleagues across the aisle are broadcasting their sole agenda for 2024, impeaching President Biden to help reelect Donald Trump. To that end, Chairman Jordan claims to have evidence suggesting that the Department of Justice impeded the investigation into Hunter Biden. I don't believe there's anything that could be further from the truth, when in fact the witnesses he has brought before the committee, including Special Counsel Weiss himself, have completely refuted this claim. Witness after witness has said that there was no political inference and that the investigation was run by the book. But rather than being honest with the American public, Chairman Jordan is hiding the transcripts of these witnesses' testimony and obscuring the truth. We can do better, Chairman. We've worked together on many good issues. Hope we'll continue to work together. I'd like to see us pass human trafficking, anti-human trafficking legislation. I hope one day we'll be able to do that.
Time of the gentlelady.
I would ask my colleagues to
Time has
support
expired.
the Jackson Lee Amendment.
Gentlelady
Chairman,
yields
thank
back.
you.
The
I
gentleman,
yield back.
this gentleman from Oregon is
Thank you.
recognized
Chairman,
on the amendment.
withdraw the point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized on the
Hunter
gentlelady's
Biden?
amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I'd like to offer to be included in the record the committee discretion to obtain witness testimony. Todd Garvey, Legislative Attorney, December 22nd, 2023, Congressional Research Service.
Without objection.
Mr. Chair, I find the use of the phrase "unfortunate" by the gentlelady offering the amendment much more applicable to the activities of our current president than to the activities of this committee. It's unfortunate that our president has engaged in, at least on the face of things, influence, the sale of influence offered by his son, or the sale of access offered by his son. And what I think we need to be keeping in mind, and the language in her amendment so clearly gives us the opportunity to call out the purpose of this hearing, which is to say, what is it and why is it that we need Hunter Biden as a witness so badly? And the answer, of course, is that the nation believes, at least polls indicate, that the sale of influence was occurring for years between Hunter Biden and his father. Now, is that true? Well, that's why we're having the inquiry to find out whether or not it's true, whether or not Joe Biden was directly involved or benefited from the corrupt practices of his son, Hunter Biden, and others. Who could be a more important witness than Hunter Biden? And then to suggest that there's nothing prompting this inquiry is ridiculous. The record contains witness and written evidence that the president has lied about key facts in foreign dealings, was the focus of multi-million-dollar influence peddling schemes, and may have benefited from this corruption through millions of dollars sent to his family, as well as more direct and possible benefits. The current allegations contain an alleged effort to sell influence or access, as well as other wrongdoing. Corruption allegations involving a president are particularly damaging for our political system. They effectively dissolve the public trust in government. Self-dealing and influence peddling and obstruction all undermine the faith that federal laws are being enforced equally. So for this amendment to be offered to suggest that there's no link between the president and this type of conduct is ridiculous. The public is often skeptical of the ability or inclination of federal agencies to investigate allegations raised in relation to a sitting president. So the assertion by ranking member that special counsel has been appointed to look into this, the public does not believe that will occur. Current polling illuminates the deep distrust by the public in this kind of effort. Roughly half of the public does not have faith that the Justice Department investigation into the Biden administration would be fair or nonpartisan. And polls further indicate half of Americans also believe President Biden broke the law in relation to his son's business activities. So again, the amendment is not well taken. One other thing, Mr. Chair, I want to mention, as an attorney who's taken dozens, if not hundreds of depositions, I understand exactly why we need a deposition and not an appearance by Mr. Hunter Biden before this committee. Look at this committee. Look how it approaches things. This is no way to get to the facts. 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, and then each time after you finally get to a point, someone on the other side rushes in to try to obfuscate and confuse the issue. That's why you do depositions, to get to the point and to have the time to do it and not be burdened by how this committee operates. And I would just say there's a huge reason to do exactly what we're doing, and that is get to the bottom of the facts that would address the years and years and millions that Hunter Biden has spent selling influence. And who would Hunter Biden sell influence about or to? Who? Well, it would have to be his father. There's no one else in his circle of friends that would warrant such investment by outside influencers. Mr. Chair, I could obviously go on, but I will just suggest that the deposition is the proper approach. his refusal to appear for a deposition and then say he would put himself at the mercy of this committee is ridiculous, and he deserves to be held in contempt. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman?
On the amendment, Mr. Ranking Member?
Yes.
The gentleman is recognized on the amendment, and then we'll go to Steen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by assuring Mr. Bentz that the Democrats on this committee would be perfectly happy to have the rules of a deposition, 45 minutes or whatever it is, an hour of interview by one party and then by the other, apply in public in this committee, so that the gentleman's objections about 5 minutes would not apply. We do not want, and Mr. Biden properly does not want, a private deposition, because we've seen, as I said before, that the Republicans have quoted improperly and from the private remarks, and have distorted what they said by quoting half a sentence here and half a sentence there.
Man, he sound all scrambled. He can't get this shit out. But I think we're getting closer to who's really lying. Well, I mean, we know who's really lying, but those who need more evidence, I think we're getting closer to it. Why do they keep covering for this guy? If it ain't nothing to it, bring his ass in. Shut the fuck up if you ain't got nothing good to, if you ain't got no good questions, and let it roll. I mean, all this evidence is kind of hard to overlook, especially when you've been pointing the finger at another person for the same kind of charges and nothing shows up. Nothing like this. Nothing at all, to tell you the truth. But I could be wrong. If I am, bring it to my attention.
This amendment notes that House Republicans are continuing to harp on an investigation. And let me just say one other thing. The fact that half of Americans may believe one thing or another proves nothing other than the effectiveness of propaganda by one party or the other. It has nothing to do with the truth of the matter. This amendment notes that House Republicans are continuing to harp on an investigation that has produced no evidence of wrongdoing. Despite more than 37,000 pages of documents the majority obtained, and despite interviewing more than a dozen witnesses, Chairman Jordan and committee Republicans have yet to produce a single shred of evidence that suggesting that President Biden engaged in any wrongdoing whatsoever. In particular, the congressional Republicans have received tens of thousands of pages of bank records, including the personal bank accounts of Biden family members and other private citizens. Republicans' claims about the president's supposed wrongdoing are not supported by the evidence. Not one witness has testified that President Biden personally benefited from Hunter Biden's business dealings. Republicans have claimed that a check from Hunter Biden...
Yeah, that's what they're saying, and it's like, they say he's in the next room. Now, when I was watching the highlights, I was actually seeing him at the table, ready to testify, and he got up and left. I don't think that this is the same one, even though this was the same day at the same time. Like it was two different hearings going on. But I could be wrong. And if that's the case, these people are stupid. They could have just dragged his ass up in here. Like the other guy said. Forgot his name that quick. Hey, this would be pointless. He's in the building.
to Joe Biden is somehow proof of foreign corruption. But the evidence actually shows that Hunter Biden repaid his dad for a car loan. That doesn't need to be the subject of a congressional investigation. There's also no evidence that President Biden interfered in the criminal investigation of his son. In fact, the witnesses who have been working on the investigation have all affirmed to the committee that there was no political interference. The committees have uncovered no evidence that Joe Biden profited from his son's business dealings or that he interfered in the criminal investigation of his son. No evidence whatsoever, and that's why it's one of the many reasons why this committee motion to hold Hunter Biden in contempt, given the fact that he is willing to testify and has offered to testify repeatedly, is a farce and ought to be defeated. I yield back. I yield to Ms. Jackson. I yield to Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Let me express my appreciation to Mr. Nadler and to Congresswoman Dean. I was going to wait till afterward, but I'll take my time now very briefly and simply say that we've had every agency. I want to read in particular the work of the Treasury Department that has produced more than 2,000 pages of suspicious activity reports, SARS. The National Archives and Records Administration has produced more than 62,000 pages of Vice President Biden's records on top of more than 20,000 pages it already made publicly available. And the Federal Bureau of Investigation provided access to and multiple briefings regarding a Form FD 1023 tip sheet, which contains sensitive information about a confidential human source. We have offered when I say we, the Democratic administration that believes in transparency has offered every aspect of what we could present to tell the truth. The truth is not being told here as relates to about a confidential human source. We have offered when I say we, the Democratic administration that believes in transparency has offered every
What Democrat you know is leading with transparency? Man, they got more tricks than a goddamn musician.
Aspect of what we could present to tell the truth. The truth is not being told here as relates to holding Mr. Biden in contempt. The truth is not being told because the facts evidence there is no basis for doing so. And if I might conclude, there is no basis for any form of impeachment against President Biden. There are no high crimes and misdemeanor. There is no treason. And every aspect of the government has, without in any way bias, presented this to committees of oversight and the judiciary. It seems that every time our friends on the other side of the aisle get in trouble and have no legislation to deal with the insulin $30, the Affordable Care Act, environmental crisis that we may be in, helping with inflation, which we've done, they throw out impeachment, just as the frivolous call for the impeachment of General Austin. Can we do something that helps the American?
Oh, you still ain't combing that damn head yet. But what inflation have they worked on? They made it kind of worse by dumping more money in. Salute, Chef. Thank you for joining me. But this woman here, boy, Miss Jackson Lee, and I think she is the one who cussed out her co-workers up there in Texas and shit. They were all kind of stupid son of a bitches and all kind of shit. That shit was funny. I don't even trust what you say. That old 1970s sweater you got on there. Some big ass pearls.
American people, my amendment should be passed because there's no evidence, Mr. Chairman, to move forward at all. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes himself to speak against the amendment. The amendment would delete a number of important sections of the report. Specifically, I want to reference the report about the Biden's interaction with this Ukrainian energy company, Burisma. Both the ranking member and the gentlelady from Texas said there was no evidence. Let me give you some evidence. It's called the 1023 form that the confidential human source gave to the FBI that they recorded in this form. Remember the facts here. Hunter Biden is asked by the people, the head of Burisma, this Ukrainian energy company, to weigh in on their behalf to relieve the pressure that the prosecutor in Ukraine is applying to the company. They're doing that because they want to do a big IPO offering and expand their business. He's asked to weigh in. He immediately calls D.C. Mr. Archer, when he testified, said he actually called, one time he said he called Vice President Biden. Here's what the confidential human source related in the 1023 form, again, that the FBI tried to keep from us, but we finally got. They meaning Burisma, hired Hunter Biden to, quote, protect us through his dad from all kinds of problems. Now, this is the confidential human source, by the way. One of these 90 different depositions and interviews we've done in this committee, Scott Brady, U.S. Attorney in Pittsburgh, said, U.S. Attorney in Pittsburgh, tasked by the Justice Department to evaluate information regarding Burisma, the Bidens, and Ukraine, said, we found this confidential human source to be credible. In fact, he said in that deposition, we looked at where he was and his schedule when these meetings took place and found that he was in those locations meeting with these people. So they checked him out and found him to be credible. And here's what the confidential human source further said in this document that the FBI recorded. Due to Shokin's investigation into Burisma, it would have substantial negative impact on Burisma's prospective IPO in the United States. It'd be problematic to raise capital, given in Shokin's investigation into Burisma. Again, Shokin is the guy Joe Biden fired. And how'd he do it? He leveraged American tax dollars. He says, you're not getting the money unless you fire the guy. He did this 3 days after his son calls him at the request of Zolochevsky, the guy who's talking to the confidential human source who the FBI recorded in this form that the FBI didn't want to give us.
And it's like, why are the Democrats fighting against all this evidence? But they the ones who just claimed that they're the most transparent. It's like they keep pulling out evidence after evidence, and it's all linking together. This ain't no random shit. It's like they could connect the dots with the shit they got. Most of the people get it. So why they keep trying to trick us? It's kind of weird not to follow what Jim Jordan is saying, because we keep up with a lot of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Well, I keep up with a lot of it. I try to put it out as much as possible. But the evidence is just piling up. It's some very crooked shit that they did. And the whole time they've been pointing the finger at another person for the same things that they actually done. Like, he did it. And that guy didn't do nothing, it seems like. He's still holding his head high and goddamn gaining more momentum. Even when the list came out. He kept saying I kept moving. So, this shit crazy.
And that's the section that the gentlelady from Texas wants removed from the report. Now, why would that be? Why would you want to remove that section? That seems to be the heart of the matter. Politician taking actions that benefit his family financially and using American tax dollars to accomplish that end. Again, not Jim Jordan saying it. We have Joe Biden saying it. He said it on tape. I told the government there, you want the money? Fire the prosecutor. Now we know why he wanted him fired, because the confidential human source told us. Again, why we couldn't see this, why we had to push so hard to finally get this information, I don't know. But what I do know is the confidential human source understood that Zlochevsky had already paid the Bidens to, quote, deal with Shokin. His words, not mine. I would yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I think the chairman and my thoughts went to the exact same place. The gentlelady from Texas in offering the amendment. In fact, in the amendment it says, furthermore, to the extent that the Judiciary Committee has been investigating the Department of Justice's handling of the Hunter Biden criminal matter, the evidence has shown that the department has handled this investigation apolitically in accordance with all relevant statutes, guidelines, and policies. She said she was embarrassed by this hearing, but she's not embarrassed by offering that language. That's remarkable on its own. But as to the 1023, they say there's no evidence. The CHS, who, as the chairman says, has been turned credible by the FBI and by the United.
I want to know what barber figured out his damn razor line. That thing looks complicated.
States Attorney from Pittsburgh, he says that the CHS said that Zlochevsky said it cost $5 million to pay one Biden and $5 million to pay to another Biden, and that he was furthermore to suggest that's Hunter and Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, that's direct evidence of a bribe. Now you'd say it's hearsay. In fact, it sounds like double hearsay at first, because you got the CHS, we don't know who that is, and he's not testifying in court. And then you got Zlochevsky being the declarant, the person who said it. But that'd be subject to a hearsay exception. He's a conspirator with the Bidens under the evidence that he's offering right there. And it would be admissible in a court of law if the CHS was testifying. So I'd yield to anybody on the Democrat side, on the minority, or anybody on the committee who can tell us, who is the CHS? I want to know who the CHS is. Who's the confidential human source? There's no evidence? Let's look and see if there's evidence.
The gentleman yield?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, you've answered your own question.
Time has expired. Maybe we can get. We're happy to continue this debate because we think it's so obvious. I appreciate the gentleman's point. I think it's the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in support of the amendment offered by Ms. Jackson-Lee, and before my remarks, I'd like to yield to the ranking member.
I thank the gentlelady. I just want to point out, when the Republicans talk about the 1023 form, we should have a member. The fact of the matter is that the person who provided the 1023 said in the 1023 that he didn't know if it was true. So we cannot rely on anything in the 1023 because the person who provided it said he had no idea whether it was true or not. I thank the gentlelady. I yield back to her.
Gentleman yield? Or gentlelady yield?
It is my time.
Yes, I know. You don't want to yield. Okay, I'll be glad to answer that, though.
Thank you. As I said, I rise in support of the Jackson-Lee amendment because it is all about the evidence. Let's think about the evidence. It has been 608 days since Chairman Jordan
Okay, I see what they just did right there. She yielded to him to throw in some shit after Jim Jordan and the North Carolina representative, you know what I'm saying, put out those allegations. Alright? The guy from North Carolina wanted to respond to the chairman, the ranking chairman, and she didn't yield him the time to respond to that. That's how information get confused. Because if they had a rebuttal for the ranking chair member, it won't be heard, or it won't be heard in the right order. You get what I'm saying? That's a cheap shot tactic. I just caught that.
Received his own congressional subpoena. He has yet to comply. A subpoena simply saying, come and tell us what you know about the events surrounding January 6th, the lead up to it, your conversations with the president during it, and after it. Come forward, reveal anything you know. The chairman should never have needed a subpoena to do exactly that. That is his duty as a citizen, as a member of this Congress, as someone who was here at the time of the insurrection incited by a former president. And yet, they're searching, they're struggling, they're wishing they could find some evidence here that would connect Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. There's no evidence. It's one thing to demand legitimate congressional inquiries be met by cooperation, of course. Mr. Biden has agreed to cooperate in a public setting, right here. You could have him whenever you want, where his words could not be manipulated. It is another thing entirely.
Make sure y'all hit the like button, you know what I'm saying, on the way in. Share the live, and if you want to donate to content that matters, keep this flow going. Trying to reach 1K with no drama on the channel. You know what I'm saying? Donate $Real Mad TV. And we'll keep bringing the content that matters. Things you need to know. Thank you for your support.
Entirely to say there are rules for thee, but not for me. That's exactly what we have here. It's sad to say this is yet another pathetic political stunt designed to help Donald Trump. But maybe they watched yesterday what happened in the D.C. Circuit Court as the former president sought immunity, even in the case of killing a political opponent or ordering the killing of a political opponent. Think of the absurdity of where we are because of Donald Trump and those who follow him, like a lot of members on this committee. Instead of helping Americans who are hurting, for example, already this year, there have been more than 900 gun deaths in the United States. Every day we lose a jetliner worth of Americans to deadly drug poisoning and overdoses. We've got democracies to support, including our own. And yet the Republican majority can't pull itself together to do any of that. Second, in interview after interview, deposition after deposition, and the Biden impeachment inquiry has yet to turn up legitimate evidence of any wrongdoing of the president. Zero, nothing, and they have supplied thousands, tens of thousands of documents. At the same time, a report by the Oversight Committee has found evidence that Donald Trump violated the Constitution, the emoluments clause of the Constitution, at least 7.8 million times. A few findings from that report bear repeating. President Trump called the presidency, quote, the greatest infomercial in political history. Trump certainly...
She's not good at her job. She need to be a junior high or high school teacher.
Knew how to work that infomercial to his personal advantage. The report reveals in just 2 years of his 4 years as president, he took at least $7.8 million in unconstitutional payments.
Don't she look like a mean social studies teacher?
From 20 foreign countries to just 4 of his hotels. We don't know about the hundreds of other entities. Did Donald Trump seek congressional approval for these funds, as the Constitution requires? Of course not. In fact, Mr. Trump attempted to conceal his enrichment. Worst of all, $7.8 million is likely a gross underestimate. We still have no idea the full extent of his wrongdoing and that of his close family members. We only have information regarding 2 years and only 4 hotel properties. Can we all agree that these findings are shocking, sickening, unconstitutional, in violation of the Emoluments Clause, which simply says, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8, forbids the president to accept money or payments or gifts of any kind from foreign governments, monarchs, unless he obtains consent from Congress. None of that happened. And yet, oh, the outrage about Hunter Biden. Mr. Chairman and your entire committee, where is your investigative spirit? selling influence, you've shown no interest in looking at what the former president did in selling his interests. It's in a desperate attempt to rehabilitate their leader. Republicans are trying to pin Donald Trump's misdeeds on President Biden. There's a word for that.
Where is the receipts? We have receipts holding what the Bidens did. All the stuff that y'all keep claiming the former president did, where are your receipts? And why did y'all run him down? Why you had, I mean, that ain't why you had the chance. Why didn't you do this earlier?
Desperation. No, actually, it's projection. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this markup is about Hunter Biden. It's not about President Trump. I keep hearing my colleagues on the left talk about President Trump and that no one is above the law, and I keep hearing this argument ad infinitum. I guess what they mean is that no one is above the law except for when it comes to President Biden's son, Hunter. And Hunter Biden should not be given special treatment. He defied congressional subpoena and should be treated like others who have done the same, plain and simple. See, Hunter should not be treated with kid gloves. This man is 50 years old, literally. He's a grown-ass man. Congressional Democrats held Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro in contempt of Congress for not complying with congressional subpoenas concerning an investigation to January 6th. Hunter had every right to appear and plead the Fifth, and he chose to defy the subpoena when he instead held a self-serving press conference right at the steps of this building. When Democrats issued subpoenas to Republicans during the House January 6th investigation, President Biden said, and I quote, "I hope that the committee goes after them and holds them accountable criminally," end quote. Okay, all right. Now let's do Hunter, and that's why we're here. Hunter Biden makes arguments of passion to excuse his behavior. His best defense is often to make the public feel sorry for him. That's right, we should feel badly for him because he personally enriched himself because of his last name. And again, the left wants us.
I mean, he did kind of say that, right? Yeah, he's 50 years old. And they speak about him like he's 20, 19 or something.
To treat him with kid gloves, and this man is 50 years old. Please, your daddy's saving you at this point. It ain't gonna work here anymore. You should not be given special treatment because he thinks he's an American prince. And I don't mean Purple Rain. A witness does not get to decide his preferred method of appearing before the committee that subpoenaed the witness does. That's how this place works. House committees are not in the business of letting witnesses dictate to us the type of depositions or hearings that they want to have. This is not a kangaroo court like President Trump is seeing in the New York trial. It's up to the committees to determine the best methods that will further their investigation, and rather that be through deposition, transcribed interview, or public hearing. This is our job to do that, and Hunter Biden does not get to dictate that to us. And with that, I yield back the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman will yield.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I just want to respond to the ranking member's statement about the confidential human source. He said something to the effect that confidential human source didn't know if the statements he received from the chief executive of Burisma were accurate or not. But here's what he said in the document that the FBI recorded. The confidential human source did not perceive Podjarski or Zolochevsky's statements to be unusual, self-serving, or pretextual. In other words, he thought they were accurate. He didn't know for sure, but he thought they were. That's why he said that. That's why the FBI recorded it. And this FD 1023 form, that again, they tried to keep from the U.S. Attorney, Mr. Brady, who was supposed to be gathering this information, sending it to the appropriate U.S. attorneys to investigate. In fact, they tried to keep it from him. The things that are said in here, I think, are so powerful. And frankly, this was supposed to be, David Weiss was supposed to use this when he was doing his investigation. But instead, David Weiss decides to let the tax years where Hunter Biden owed so much money, just let the statute of limitations lapse for those years when it dealt with the Burisma income. So I appreciate the gentleman yielding.
Gentleman from Texas, yield the balance of your time. I thank you very much. So, to the chairman's point, this 1023 is the mother of all corroborating evidence. It tells from the other side what the circumstantial evidence already indicates about the payment of money for Hunter Biden on this board for which he did nothing. The Devin Archer thing about calling Washington. The fact that Joe Biden made the audible on the airplane about holding the money to force the firing of Shokin, the prosecutor that Burisma, that Zlochevsky, and didn't want to get rid of, didn't want to see, he wanted him gone because he was worried about being protected. And the phrase that you just read, Mr. Chairman, is saying, the CHS is saying, I wasn't involved in this stuff, so I don't know. But he seemed credible when he was telling me he bribed Joe and Hunter Biden.
Yep.
Expired the time.
Gentleman, Texas yields back. The chair
Chairman?
now recognizes.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman from California is recognized on the amendment.
Happy to yield to the gentleman from Texas, Sheila Jackson-Lee.
I thank the gentleman from California, and this is to emphasize to the multiple gentle persons across the aisle that my amendment, the Jackson Amendment, has much merit because it is based on the fact that you have no facts and you have no truth. Isn't it interesting that we would rely upon two nations, Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine previously under the dominance of Russia, despotic leadership until they broke free, seeking a level of democracy, pleading for them to be able to be a nation that welcomes the values of equality and justice and the management of laws so that there is fairness. But yet my friends are trying to dismiss my amendment, which is solely suggesting that you have no facts on what happens in countries like Russia. They constantly do confidential or covert recordings. They constantly do that. They have no basis in what the person is saying is true or not. No knowledge of the veracity of what is said, but they're going around recording everyone, called confidential human source. And so the confidential human source that is being relied upon by the Republicans met Zajewski in person on one occasion and has spoken to him only twice on the telephone. As such, the confidential human source is not able to provide any further opinion as to the veracity of Zajewski's aforementioned statements. Of course, my amendment should be voted on and accepted because President Biden has been proven over and over again he had nothing to do with Burisma. Nothing. So to respond to all of those who are trying to cite a confidential human source, it is of no value. It is like pouring a water into a pot full of holes. When you get through, you have nothing. We don't have anything. And so I would ask my colleagues to support the Jackson-Lee Amendment, which indicates that with all of the thousands of pages from the Treasury Department, from the FBI, IRS, all these agencies, the White House willingness to be open and to present themselves forward, there is no reason to proceed as we are proceeding. Ask my colleagues to support the Jackson-Lee Amendment.
Gentleman yields.
I yield back to the gentleman.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized, Mr. Biggs.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, having attended the deposition of Devon Archer, and there were only 3 members of Congress in that deposition, the chairman, Mr. Jordan, myself, Mr. Goldman from the Democrat side. And what I find interesting is that this amendment is moving to strike all of this very important information which demonstrates a criminal conspiracy on the part of the president. So I asked questions. Mr. Jordan did, Mr. Goldman did. And of course, who was the brand that Devon Archer, Hunter Biden, and his Rob Walker, that partnership, what was the brand they were selling? It was Joe Biden. He admitted it. Well, could it be anybody else in the Biden family? No, we were selling Joe Biden. We were. That's what we were doing. So you begin talking, there's money that goes on. You see Joe Biden is involved in the business. He's making phone calls. He's making appearances. Money is coming in and exchanging hands. Shortly.
I mean, you have to ask yourself, why would his business partner lie? This is crazy.
After phone calls, shortly after Joe Biden goes to a restaurant to meet with the wife of the former mayor of Moscow, one of the biggest oligarchs in Russia, $3.5 million right into the Biden coffers. They're receiving literally millions of dollars, all linked to this. So we say, well, my friends across the aisle say, well, there's no evidence here. There's nothing here to be seen. But Devon Archer was testifying to that. There are other witnesses that I don't think you've paid attention to who've also said Joe Biden was the brand. He was the product they were selling. Yeah, so you got that on one side. So the question is, can that be corroborated? Then you get a 1023. By the way, the FBI should give us the underlying 1023, which explains why they went ahead with this 1023. Now the chairman, yeah, there was another 1023, which
Nobody's told me that yet.
Yes, there was. And it's why they went ahead with this interview. So great minds think alike, I guess. I actually underlined the same provisions that the chairman did. The former president or prime minister of Poland and Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Wojciechowski said Burisma hired the former president or prime minister of Poland. So you get the prime minister of Poland hired to leverage what? The EU, folks. But what was Hunter hired for? To, quote, protect us through his dad from all kinds of problems, close quote. Now I won't go through the rest of this, but because it also corroborates what Devon Archer was talking about. Hunter Biden's dad was the product, and what was he expected to do? He was expected to do things like was explained in here by a reliable source, to take care of Victor Shulkin. So what else did Devon Archer talk about? He's in Dubai with Hunter Biden. They're at that sailboat-typey hotel. They're there, and they're with the president and CEO of Burisma, as well as the treasurer of Burisma. And what are they talking about? Oh my gosh, we're having trouble getting our IPO out because Victor Shulkin, the AG in Ukraine, is basically going after them. Devon Archer says they excused themselves, and Hunter goes and calls his dad because that's what the CEO of Burisma said, please do. We need help from your dad. We have a recess, they come back. Well, you know, maybe it was just a DC. What confirms that? The 1023. Don't say there's no corroborating evidence implicating Joe Biden. It's all in this 1023 and Devon Archer's testimony, and then you start using all the other documentation to show very clearly a criminal conspiracy of bribery and selling access on the part of the Biden family. I'll yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman from Arizona, and I'm struck.
And I don't know, man. I think it got caught up in this Biden goddamn pyramid scheme here. Man, what y'all got going on in upstate New York though, man? I see like 3 hearings popped up today and shit, man. It just seems like, boy, they be attacking goddamn upstate New York. Like that shit ain't working down in the city no more like it was about 4 or 5 years ago, man. They took that shit upstate and fucking with those folks. And then I think they're gonna push it down on the city. I just seen them popped up. I ain't look into them though. Not yet. If it's something interesting, I'll bring it out. Like those quarantine camps. Man, I just seen a video last night, man, of them immigrants, man, starting fights in the street with the people of the city. You know what I'm saying? Guys on BMX bikes. You know what I'm saying? They minding their business and shit. I guess they normals. You know what I'm saying? Immigrants, damn, got their ass whipped. Like, man, do you realize you in New York City? It's gonna get ugly up there, man. I mean, it's gonna get real ugly. It might be worse than Chicago. LA, I think, is a lost cause, but Chicago and New York still got some fight left.
And maybe I'm going to get a chance in a minute, but the continued contention that there's no evidence because the CHS doesn't know whether what Zlochevsky and Prigozhin said was true or not, even though they seemed credible. That's not how this works. Unfortunately, I'm out of time. I'll explain it in a minute, but we got my truth, your truth. We really don't have differing definitions of evidence. It means something, and we'll talk about that.
The gentleman's time has expired from Arizona. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment, and then we'll have the vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's talk about that just a little bit more. Evidence, this is not, actually everybody thinks this is going to sound lawyerly, but it's just very straightforward. Evidence is anything that comes within the rules of admissibility that tends to make any matter, any proposition, more probable or less probable, meaning that it has probative force, tends to prove one way or the other. And they have all these rules in evidence about when somebody who's not in court and says something that was said out of court wants to testify about that, when that can be allowed. And here we have what's called, it looks like preliminarily a double hearsay problem. The CHS is not here testifying. And Prigozhin and Zlochevsky, the guys who say they paid a bribe, certainly aren't here. But what this is a situation, let me give you a hypothetical, slightly different situation. Let's assume it's not the confidential human source, or the confidential human source isn't having a conversation with Prigozhin and Zlochevsky, but he's somewhere nearby, and he hears them talking. he eavesdrops on them, and they're talking about having paid bribes to Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, $5 million each. Now, in that case, situation also, the person in the position of the CHS, the eavesdropper, would not know whether Zlochevsky and Prigozhin are being truthful or not in saying they paid bribes, but that does not mean it is not evidence. It is evidence. And it comes in through the hearsay rules because those people are describing a criminal conspiracy. The statements of a co-conspirator are so-called admissions of a party opponent. They come in through that rule. This is straight up, direct evidence of bribery. Now, you can say, if you want to, that you're not persuaded by the direct evidence, the person admitting that they committed a bribe or undertook a bribery scheme. But it's not that it's not evidence. So you could say, well, I think there's evidence, and it's admissible evidence, and a jury would be well-founded deciding on the basis of that evidence to convict for bribery. But I'm not going to do an investigation anyway. I'm not going to support bringing in the witness who is defying the subpoena of the Congress because I'm just not persuaded by that direct evidence of bribery. I understand that would be a contention you can make. But again, even in this age when you talk about, I want you to tell your truth and I'm going to tell my truth, which is abysmal and absurd on its face, I didn't know that we had started changing the definition of evidence. But there is evidence. And even to those people who say, well, it sounds like it's...
They changed the definition of everything else. What makes you think they ain't gonna change the definition of evidence? Come on.
Circumstantial evidence and indirect evidence. Well, by the way, lots of people were convicted on circumstantial and indirect evidence. But that's not the case either here. When the bribery conspirator is
He even had to answer this, so I bet he thought about
overheard or is heard saying, I engaged in a bribe with that person, that's direct evidence of bribery. And so, and I'm, in terms of credibility, again, I'd love to evaluate the confidential human source. I think the country ought to get the chance to evaluate the confidential human source in this case. It's that important. But if you want to say, and again, what's in the FBI and the United States Attorney have both evaluated him, they tell us, and they say this confidential human source is credible. So if he were in the situation of being an eavesdropper, that means he really did what he says he really heard what he says he heard. So some people won't be satisfied no matter what evidence is offered, and that's clear. But there's lots of evidence. And with that, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina. I wanted to reference a remark made by my colleague, the gentlelady from Ms. Dean. She says she's worried about guns, and we need more gun legislation. I'm worried about guns too, but we don't need more gun legislation on legal gun owners. But we do need to address issues like Hunter Biden, and we need to prosecute people like that who criminally falsify an application for a gun. These aren't talking points, this is the truth. Who criminally was drunk and high while purchasing said weapons, who criminally and illegally disposed of guns and was to be exonerated in a special plea deal. Talk about justice not being fair for everyone.
I have to come to the chat for that one. What reason do you think Hunter Biden had a reason to throw away a gun? I mean, why would you have to get rid of a gun?
God help anybody who did that who wasn't the president's son. That's what I worry about, and that's what Americans worry about. I yield back.
Gentlemen, time has expired. The question occurs on the amendment from the gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. A roll call being requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt?
Well, this do help the video go.
Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Correa?
Still have a
Gabar?
ways to go.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no.
All we want is the final result.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 15 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Seems like they lost that one.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Report. Gentleman from Arizona Reserves.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Robert
Objection. The amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would add to the scope of the report's investigation what the majority says is necessary to inform our legislative work. For example, finding examples of possible enrichment of President's family members. I believe it's worth reading my brief amendment because I'm pretty sure you're all going to be convinced we should add this. On page 10, insert after the sentence beginning Mr. Biden's deposition is critical. Add the following. The committee also intends to investigate former President Trump's son-in-law and senior advisor, Jared Kushner. In particular, the committee must understand Jared Kushner's receipt of $2 billion from the Saudi Arabian government for his private equity firm just 6 months after leaving the White House, as these relationships were fostered during his tenure as a public official with a top security clearance while he worked for his father-in-law, former President Trump, on the issues relating to the Middle East. It is imperative for the committee to investigate his actions and role. In particular, the committee must understand if Jared Kushner leveraged his relationship with his father-in-law to secure large payments from foreign governments. Doing so would allow the committee to shape effective and targeted legislation and solutions that would expose and thus hopefully deter attempts at influence peddling by similarly situated family members, including activities that could jeopardize national security. Specifically, it would include the $2 billion that former senior advisor to President Trump, Jared Kushner, he served from 2017 until 2021 in the White House, his private equity firm received from a fund managed by Saudi Arabian Crown Prince, often called MBS. These payments are detailed in the recent report released by House Oversight Democrats led by Mr. Raskin, which found that former President Donald Trump violated our Constitution repeatedly while in office, placing himself and his financial interests above the law. To quote just a moment in the report, quote, Jared Kushner has also richly monetized his business ties with Saudi Arabia, reportedly with the direct assistance of MBS. The day after his service in the Trump administration ended, Mr. Kushner formed a company that became a private equity firm called Affinities Partners, aptly named. And within 6 months after leaving the White House, Mr. Kushner secured an investment reportedly worth $2 billion from Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund, end quote. Of course, the $2 billion investment in Kushner's firm is separate from the more than $615,000 in unconstitutional emoluments received from Saudi Arabia during the Trump presidency. The total the former president likely received is far more than what the report uncovers and documents and proves. $7.8 million from at least 20 different companies during his time in office. That's just 2 years, by the way, of this report, and just 4 of his hotels, not the other hundreds of business entities. You know, I agree with the majority on one thing. Our laws should deter foreign interests from attempting to obtain influence over and access to the highest levels of federal government, end quote. Absolutely. If my colleagues are truly interested in strengthening our safeguards against undue foreign influence and not just benefiting Donald Trump, I have no doubt, Mr. Chairman, that this amendment will pass. In the meantime, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the report entitled White House for Sale, How Princes, Prime Ministers, and Premiers Paid Off President Trump.
Objection.
I also seek unanimous consent to...
What the hell is that damn novel she keep holding up? That shit thick as hell. That gotta be at least 600-700 pages.
To enter into the record this article entitled Oversight Democrats release report proving Trump pocketed millions from at least 20 foreign governments as president.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I am so looking forward to unanimous support. After all, Jared Kushner was not a private citizen. He served in the White House for 4 years as senior advisor to a sitting president. All as the sitting president, his businesses and his families enjoyed violations of the emoluments clause, millions of dollars pouring into their own pockets. And one day after he leaves the White House service, Mr. Kushner begins Affinity Partners, and 6 months later has $2 billion in the account.
But out of 7 years, if all this is true, how come you didn't bring the evidence to the floor? You just holding up a book is not good enough. People just saying it ain't good enough. These people got damn documents, receipts, all kind of shit on this damn Biden dude, man. Where's this shit for Trump y'all keep bringing up and putting in people's head and shit? I mean, what the fuck is it? I think they just using words.
from Saudi Arabia. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman insist, the gentleman withdraws his point of order? I would just point out that this markup's about a report on contempt for Mr. Biden, not anything to do with Mr. Kushner. And I would also just say, I think in the gentlelady's amendment, the last line talks about things that could potentially jeopardize national security. Jared Kushner was one of the people who helped secure the Abraham Accords, which I think focused on peace and agreements and helping the Middle East. And frankly, what a contrast in the Trump administration with the Biden administration. I love the question former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo got when shortly after Russia invades Ukraine, he was asked, would this have happened in a Trump administration? I thought the former secretary gave the best answer. He said, the short answer is I don't know, but I do know this, it didn't happen in a Trump administration. And our best friend, dear friend, the state of Israel was not attacked in the Trump administration like they were a little over 3 months ago. Jared Kushner did great work, and to have this amendment makes absolutely no sense. So I would urge that the amendment be defeated. I would yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, then I'll recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the author of the amendment, may I pose a question to you? So do you have specific language around this? So the allegation is in regards to Jared Kushner. Do you have specific language around this to highlight how this is inappropriate and what we can do to create a bill that will deal with this? Is that included here at all?
The point is to say exactly that. We should investigate exactly the facts. We know the dates, we know the facts, we know the dollars. We know Jared Kushner's public service in the closest levels to the President of the United States. And as he walks out the door, he begins a business that later gets $2 billion from a foreign entity. All the while, during the administration pocketing millions and millions of dollars. I wonder, where was your outrage then? Where was your investigation then? When we saw in plain sight the President of the United States right down the street here at
It shouldn't be his place, it should be your place. Y'all the ones that keep calling this shit out. I'm pretty sure if the guy was guilty, nobody liked him, period. Republican or Democrat liked him. They would have been called this shit out. Because most people don't realize that the guy was not a Republican. They didn't like him until he left. Now a lot of them want him back. But the whole time he was in office and running and stuff, man, they wasn't with this guy. If he was guilty, they would have called it out.
Trump International, taking millions of dollars from foreign entities. That puts our
reclaim my time. Reclaim my time. Thank you for that. We clearly did not get an answer there about specific language, so it was meant as just another hit piece here to try to obfuscate and not deal with the issue at hand, which is getting Hunter Biden here to fulfill a subpoena, right? I mean, that's ultimately what's happening, and you see this sleight of hand that's going on. But I will read from the 1023 document. Hunter Biden was stupid, and his dog, this would be Zlochevsky's, was smarter. Therein lies the difference between Jared Kushner and Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden didn't know how to run a business. Jared Kushner actually does. He knows how to finance a business. He knows how to operate successful businesses. That's the difference here. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield any time that you may want.
Yeah, I thank you for yielding. I would just ask the question, does anyone remember Hunter Biden going over to China, to Beijing in Air Force Two? And while his father was conducting official business, was meeting with business and potential business partners. And within a matter of a few months after returning, he received equity fund management in the amount of billions of dollars. Anyone else recall that, or is it just me? That is a true story, and I'm curious about the outrage by my colleagues across the aisle. I'll yield back to you, Mr. Tiffany.
I would yield to anyone else that cares for time. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several comments. First of all, we don't actually know that Jared Kushner knows how to run a business. All we know is that after dealing with the Saudi Arabians from the White House, he got $2 billion. We don't know whether he knows how to run a business well or not. Number two, when you quote from that 1023, don't forget that the person who offered the 1023 said, I don't know whether this is true. The person who offered the 1023 said, I don't know whether this is true. So you can't depend on anything in that 1023. Third, as we said before, Hunter Biden has offered to testify before this committee. This committee has turned him down. He's offered to testify in public. He can do it under the same rules as a deposition, but he doesn't want his remarks to be cherry-picked and distorted for public release. And given the record of this committee, I don't blame him. 90 people have come in for transcribed interviews. The full text has been released for exactly one of them. The others have been selectively released, and we know some of that has been distorted with half sentences released and the other half sentence not released. For the committee to fully understand the scope of the issues that a report or legislation would respond to, the report must include examples of possible enrichment of President's family members, including Trump's son-in-law and former senior advisor Jared Kushner. And we know, by the way, that he was denied security clearance to become senior advisor, but that the president personally overruled that. Kushner's firm received $2 billion from illicit connections in the Middle East for his private equity firm, thanks to relationships he fostered while acting as a public official with a top security clearance on issues related to the region. This $2 billion investment came from a Saudi fund led by the Crown Prince. This investment accounts for the majority of Kushner's funds, approximately $3 billion in holdings, and raises very substantial concerns as to whether there was any form of quid pro quo for his funding secured during Kushner's term in the White House. In addition, as I said, Kushner's security clearance approval was fraught with controversy. In fact, it was not just fraught with controversy, it was disallowed until overruled by the president. And Kushner advocated heavily for Saudi Arabian interests when he was a policy advisor to the then president. And if we're going to have a balanced resolution, we should include this as well as the Hunter Biden thing. And let me mention one other thing. There was a special prosecutor appointed by Merrick Garland to deal with Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden may very well have committed crimes. I don't know. I hold no brief for him. But Hunter Biden is not an elected official. And there's been not one iota of evidence that anything that Hunter Biden did benefited the president or that the president was involved in any way, which is the only legitimate concern for this committee, whether the president was involved. And after all the investigations, there is not one iota of evidence that the president was involved in any way. I yield back. I'll yield to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you. I heard some talk, it was kind of, I guess, just off the cuff, but it was about Hunter Biden's business experience and abilities compared to Jared Kushner's. 666 Fifth Avenue, which Jared Kushner bought at the height of the real estate boom, and then was saved when it was about to go broke by, I think, the Gutteries, who gave him the money in some type of transaction to save the building, was considered, I believe, Mr. Adler, to be one of the worst real estate deals ever in the city of New York. Were you aware of that 666 Fifth Avenue deal?
I'm aware of that deal. It's in my district.
Yeah, 666. It's interesting, the numbers. And then he bought the New York Observer and took it and bought it at a high price and sold it at just about a nothing price, garbage price, and he basically ruined that paper too. So I would submit, without any particular regard or endorsement of Mr. Biden's business abilities, I think he's equal to Jared Kushner's.
Now yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Issa, the gentleman from California.
I thank the chairman. Amazing how we've now digressed into whether somebody's a good businessman or not. I would assert that this is not the committee likely to make that decision particularly well. I also would assert that the personal financial statements of Jared Kushner are available online because he did file them. And when I looked at him, I recognized at a minimum that he is wealthy. I'm not going to argue whether someone's a successful businessman or whether a particular acquisition was made at the height of the market or the bottom of the market. That all sounds pretty irrelevant, particularly considering that, once again, they want to bring somebody for whom there has been no referral, for whom there was not a subpoena from this committee that was thwarted. We have one individual who did not answer the subpoena, but rather showed up the other side of the Capitol, deliberately flipping, as I said earlier, the middle finger at the American people. And we are here today to hold that man in contempt. The hope is that when faced with the criminal contempt and the possibility of incarceration, not for the crimes that apparently he's already pled to, but in fact for yet another crime, not answering the subpoena, that he just might come and answer our questions honestly. Many on the other side of the aisle are saying, well, there's no evidence. Well, I've got to tell you, I've never heard that you have to have all the evidence before you ask the questions in an investigation. What we have is an individual who goes and does business deals and then those business deals affect the policies of the vice president, so much so that the vice president had one policy when he got on an airplane on the way to Ukraine relative to the prosecutor, a prosecutor that was going after Hunter Biden's business partners. And by the time he got off, his policy became Ukraine gets none of the funding from America until you fire this prosecutor. And by the way, the vice president has taken credit for it. It's not debatable. So when we have the opportunity to ask Hunter Biden questions, those questions.
I mean, so many people don't think that this don't affect us. Whatever he did as vice president and all this money came in, it has a lot to do with us. Look at where we sitting at now compared to when he. I mean, I was blindly walking probably about 15 years ago or so. So I really couldn't tell how bad it really was. You know what I'm saying? You out there in the world every day and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You don't really stop and pay attention. But when you look back compared to the last president, when you actually saw things going up, there was a lot of bullshit going on, man, that affected policies and things like that, that affected us big time. Now, if this money and all this stuff that's in between, that they're talking about, these receipts and stuff, had anything to do with it, we still trying to find out. But to me, it do look like it's very strongly possible. Like the vice president was bought off. And maybe a few other people too. Maybe that's the reason why they're trying to stop this, because it could be a whole chain of these Congress, senators, governors and stuff that could have been on it too. So if one go down, it's going to start a domino effect. It seems like that's what they're trying to stop.
Questions will include, what did you say to your father? A man who said he had no business dealings with his son, had no financial interest. As a matter of fact, he said about 5 different things. They keep changing. The one thing we know is he did have conversations and texts that included what Hunter Biden's businesses were doing. Funds did come to the residence of the vice president. And in fact, Hunter Biden also had accounts which were joint with the vice president. If Hunter Biden was selling preferences, as he clearly was, he was very publicly in China, in Ukraine, in Russia, he was selling, my business has the access to the White House, in that case, to the executive office of the vice president. He was selling it. If he was selling it and he didn't have it, come and say that. If it was all just a fraud to get money from foreign governments, come and say that. But when we see him taking money and we see actions of the vice president changing on a dime in a direction of his son's needs, we have a legitimate right to ask Hunter Biden to come here. We have done so. He declined. We subpoenaed him. He did not decline, but rather offered to have a staged public event. And the chairman, rightfully so, said, we would like to have 4, 6, 8 hours of no theatrics, just questions.
Oh, why did Obama pick him to be the vice president anyway? All this shit's starting to look weird. I'm just saying.
Question and answer. Rather than saying he wouldn't come, we sat here waiting for him to come. Well, he had a theatric activity on the other side of the dome where he had a staged press conference. Well, we sat here seriously waiting for a deposition. That is why we are here for contempt. Don't be confused by statements of who is a good business person or not, who has done well financially or not, who these allegations of gain by the president or his former president or his family. That's not an issue here today. If you want to have that at issue, bring a motion. But right now, we have a motion in front of us, and I look forward to the vote on the motion, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, before I yield, I did want to say the issue about who was a good business person was raised by the Republicans, not us. So if you don't want it to come up, your side shouldn't bring it up. With respect to this bad prosecutor issue of getting the prosecutor fired, I think that's been,
Oh, shut up. You went last week's time. and you still have that same cheap watch on. Is that your only watch? We see you too much. You ain't never got nothing good to say. And I used to like you. But man, you working for them boys.
Repeatedly debunked that this was an individual who not only did the United States want him fired, but was internationally there was a desire to get rid of him because he wasn't doing his job, and made it more, the replacement of him with an actual effective prosecutor made it more likely that Hunter Biden might have gotten in trouble. And then briefly on this, I mean, you guys keep saying that you've got a right to this information or that information. He offered to come and give you the information in testimony. And, not only did he offer to do it, he did it in response to Chairman Comer's invitation to do it. Chairman Comer invited Hunter Biden to come September 13th, 2023. Hunter Biden's more than welcome to come in front of the committee. He's invited today. We will drop everything. On October 31st, 2023, Comer invited him again, saying, we're in the downhill phase of this investigation now because we have so many documents. We can bring these people in for depositions or hearings, whichever they choose. That's Chairman Comer's language. So, he took you up on the Oversight Committee chairman's language. You guys walked away from it after that. I think you might be nervous about what he might actually say. But that's the language of a statement who came from a committee chair whose name was on the subpoena. With that, I yield to my colleague from Pennsylvania.
I thank the gentleman. We're here today about trying to hold Hunter Biden in contempt for failing to respond to the subpoena. And of course, you've got everything upside down. Hunter Biden offered to testify right here under oath, and yet I'm now hearing from the other side of the aisle that would have been a staged event. Does that mean that every person you have called to testify here is just a staged event? Or are you actually trying to figure out facts and what is going on? The majority on this committee is only interested in looking backward. And they only want to look backward so far. They only want to look at Hunter Biden. God forbid we would look at the former president and his family members who benefited personally from the president's position, who pocketed personally money during the administration, by the way. And yet I really refer you all to your own memo. This is supposed to be future-looking. This is supposed to be how we craft legislation to deal with these issues. Read the first paragraph of page 3. Quote, the testimony sought by the subpoena is also relevant to ongoing efforts to craft legislative reforms to federal ethics and financial disclosure laws. The committees seek to craft legislative solutions that provide transparency when the president's or vice president's family members engage in lucrative financial transactions. As part of our investigation, the committees seek to craft legislative solutions aimed at the deficiencies we have identified in the current legal framework regarding ethics laws and the disclosure of financial interest related to the immediate family members of the vice presidents and presidents, deficiencies that may place American national security and interests at risk. Specifically, the committees are concerned that foreign nationals appear to have sought access and influence by engaging in lucrative business relationships with high-profile political figures, immediate family members. Doesn't that sound like that was drafted for Donald Trump and his family? It's future-looking. Let's craft legislation based on our recent experience with Donald Trump. I yield back.
Let me reclaim my time, and I ask for unanimous consent to enter the article debunking 4 viral rumors about the Bidens in Ukraine by Davey Alba, dated October 29, 2019.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We're going to go to Mr. Bentz. And
I just have a unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent then?
I ask unanimous consent to put in the record a statement by myself and Mr. Schiff. And I'll just note that good luck on getting a prosecution for somebody who's been willing to testify, and I yield back.
Without objection. The gentleman from Oregon, and we'll try to, we got votes coming soon. We'll try to deal with this amendment, maybe one more. I know there's a couple more that the Democrats have. Gentleman's recognized.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chair, but thank you. And regarding Ms. Dean's amendment, I just want to remind folks, not that it'll do any good, to emphasize what this hearing is not. And it's not about the Kushners. It's not about what other people may have done. It's about the refusal of Mr. Hunter Biden to show up when he was subpoenaed for a deposition. That's what this is about. And so, of course, it's necessary to point out why he is an important witness, but that's not the issue before us today. The issue before us today is why did he choose to ignore a subpoena issued by this body? That's the issue before us today. And one of the things that's relevant is that does he have some sort of reason that would support his not showing up? And that's why I asked to be included in the record earlier the CRS report on the authority of this committee to decide how it wants to elicit evidence.
He has no reason. He was in the building the same time y'all was talking. Y'all stated a few times he was in the next room over. Man. In a lot of ways, I started to see how the Republicans are actually just playing with us too. Because if that was anybody else, man, they would have went and snatched him up. They would have had the building locked down until they got him in that room.
Concerning the type of allegations that may ultimately lead to the president's impeachment. But that's not why we're here today. We're here today to ask the question, I suppose, why in the world didn't Mr. Hunter Biden show up when he was subpoenaed, as opposed to parading around in this building today, doing his best, I guess, to call out what he thinks is our inability to hold him to the law. He should be embarrassed. I'm sure he's not. But the point that we should be focusing upon is, are we enthusiastic about shoring up the power and authority of this committee to do its work? And if people are going to take this kind of opportunity to thwart the power of this committee, that should concern all of us, because the public expects us to do our best when we have evidence to try to get to the facts. And to that point again, Mr. Chair, I just want to go back to why a deposition is the right way to do this. First of all, it's how we generally approach things. Secondly, we have a set of rules that suggest this is the approach we should be using. And for us to do something other than take the deposition first and then bring the witness in front of this committee would be to fail the American people in how to appropriately get to the facts. Now, the folks on the other side of the aisle may say, and certainly have, as they try to distract from the real issue, that other people should be brought in, that we should expand our approach to including everybody. That's not what we're here for. We're here to try to figure out how in the world to address folks that spit in the eye of Congress, which is exactly what Hunter Biden is doing. He needs to be held accountable. I'm very happy for this hearing. I yield back.
Okay, gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment from the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. The clerk will, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Any of the chairs and noes have it. And a recorded vote has been requested. The clerk call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Nope.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no.
You next.
Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 16 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from New York is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
There's a lot of amendments not being agreed
Representative reserves
to.
point of order.
They must be outnumbered.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the
Without
resolution.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from New York is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the underlying report states that, quote, the committees are concerned that foreign nationals appear to have sought access and influence by engaging in lucrative business relationships with high-profile political figures, immediate family members, close quote. And it states that the committee seeks to craft legislative solutions to address this problem. My amendment provides further context for this discussion by highlighting recent reporting concerning former President Trump and the businesses controlled by his family during his presidency. Given the majority's interest in foreign nationals seeking access and influence through business relationships, I presume that they were alarmed to learn from recent reporting that properties owned by former President Donald Trump and controlled by his family during his presidency received at least $7.8 million in foreign payments from 20 countries during his tenure, including $5.5 million from the Chinese government and the state-controlled entities, as well as sizable payments from Saudi Arabia. The concern over foreign and domestic influence over the office of the president and other public officials is so critical an issue that the nation's founding fathers included bars to such entanglements in Articles 1 and 2 of the Constitution, known as the emoluments clauses. As the framers knew, even the appearance of corruption can lead to reasonable concerns that our democracy is for sale. Donald Trump has a long history of connecting his views of other nations.
Okay, shut the fuck up. You are here for Hunter Biden being in contempt. Donald Trump ain't got nothing to do with why this man ain't show up. I'm just saying, this is pitiful. And the way they doing it, man, if you didn't smell a rat a couple years back, you should start to smell a rat now, man. It's like, why you keep jumping to him? And the title says Hunter Biden in contempt. What the hell that got to do with Trump? Why y'all talking about him so much? Y'all be sleep talking goddamn Trump. Man, what the fuck? And he's sitting there smiling at you.
To his financial remuneration, stating in 2015, for example, that he likes Saudi Arabia very much, since they buy apartments from him and spend in the tens of millions of dollars on these apartments. Recently, he's had warm words for China's leader, Xi Jinping, repeatedly calling him, quote, an exceptionally brilliant individual, close quote. Could it be because the Chinese government lined the pockets of his family business throughout his presidency? We don't know. But if the committee is truly interested in pursuing questions related to foreign influence of presidents by means of business relationships with family members, it would be a glaring hole to ignore the business relationships of the previous president and his family. My amendment would correct this deficiency. I ask that my colleagues support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Withdraw. The gentleman withdraws his objection. The gentleman from Florida is recognized to speak on the amendment.
I'm glad that the ranking member has ripened the question of bribes from China. I think it's one that I would like to explore with Hunter Biden if he were willing to properly acknowledge and honor the subpoena that he'd received from the United States Congress. And if there's any comparison on the Trump policies toward China and the Biden policies toward China, I am eager to engage in that comparison because President Trump put tariffs on China. He was tougher on China than any Republican or Democrat president in my lifetime for sure. And what I've learned about studying bribes is that when people pay them, they typically want something in return. And so when you've got these allegations about Trump in China, you're able to easily compare that to a record where Trump cracked down on China. Now let's compare that to the Biden record. After the Biden China bribes, you get the Biden administration dissolving the China initiative that President Trump and his administration set up at DOJ to specifically go after and prosecute Chinese efforts to engage in malign influence with academia, with politicians, with high society. And I know we have members of this committee intimately familiar with Chinese malign influence. And we would want a DOJ resilient and capable to be able to ensure that no one fell victim to that, from the United States Congress to even service on a city council. Now, Hunter Biden had this interesting email exchange on his laptop related to China that I can't wait to ask him about when a judge ultimately orders him here or to a jail cell. Why was Hunter Biden hosting the annual meeting for his investment fund at the home of the Chinese ambassador? Seems like an odd choice. There are a lot of great venues in Washington that can host the meeting for your annual investment fund, but when you choose to do it at the home of the Chinese ambassador, that seems to send a pretty clear message that it's hard to figure.
Oh, that was the first time I heard that part. But this motherfucker killed it. And I ain't even a Gates fan right now, man, but that was a real sly when you slid up in there. Gates full of shit too. I'm starting to see that shit. He's full of shit.
Figure out where China ends and the Bidens begin. And I found it particularly interesting that while Hunter Biden was personally setting up this special and unique venue.
And when I say that, I don't mean like full of shit like the Democrats, but he just full of shit. He don't back up a lot of shit he say. He caused a lot of confusion. He could be an op. But I could be wrong.
To convince people to invest in his fund based on his close ties with the Chinese, that all he had to do to secure the venue was agree to a private one-on-one meeting with the ambassador beforehand, which the emails indicate Hunter was readily willing to do. So aren't the rest of you curious to know what the ambassador wanted to meet with Hunter Biden about before Hunter Biden used his Chinese relationships to enrich himself, his family, his relatives, his uncle, his father, to pay the bills, to run the Biden crime family? I'd like to know what was going on at that meeting.
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Let me just say, it may very well be that what Hunter Biden was doing was wholly improper. It may very well be that what Hunter Biden was doing was criminal. There is a special prosecutor. What there isn't is any evidence that President Biden had anything to do with any of this.
Well, I would suggest that they probably, the ambassador from
Man, they got the evidence linking him to it. He even told on himself. So how you gonna sit here and keep lying to the people, say there's no evidence and connection to Joe Biden? These motherfuckers tripping.
China probably wasn't requesting a one-on-one meeting with Hunter Biden to go over investment tips and investment strategies. And if we had Hunter Biden in the witness chair, we could ask him. So it's one thing to say, well, there's just no evidence here. And then when we want to ask simple questions, like, was the ambassador asking about Hunter Biden's art interests and whether he preferred oil paintings or watercolors? I'm guessing that's not the case. And the reason Hunter Biden doesn't want to be in that witness chair is because when confronted with the documents and the evidence, they are boxed in. Because everybody in this country knows what was going on. Hunter Biden was the bag man. He was collecting the money, and Joe Biden was the inside man. And he was delivering the results for China and anyone else that was willing to pay him off. And that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Who seeks recognition? Question, gentleman from California.
I won't take the full 5 minutes, but I just want to sort of answer once and for all the absurd allegations about the former president. Not since George Washington have we likely had as wealthy a president as we did in President Donald Trump give up his day-to-day life as President Trump did. He gave up and put into trust 400 different entities, gave up control of them for his entire presidency. And for the Democrats to point to the sales that occurred at the Trump Hotel is not only beyond the pale, but it happens to be so factually incorrect with our founding fathers. During George Washington's presidency, were his thousands of acres simply laid fallow? Of course not. He continued to produce both wheat and grain, but also, as many know, alcohol. And he sold it. And he sold it to whoever bought it. And the buyer could well have been our own government. That was not the intent. And certainly, if his wheat or grain were exported and bought by some entity outside the U.S., nobody was going to say, oh my gosh, George Washington is on the pay of a foreign government. That's not what that clause in the Constitution means, and everyone knows it. But what it does mean is, did you receive funds, directly or indirectly, that were not for proper goods and services? That is what we believe Hunter Biden did. He received clearly millions of dollars into shadow companies, and there is little or no, in many cases, little or no actual performance, and certainly no history prior to the vice president having that position where Hunter Biden could go around the world selling it. But again, I'm going to just close. I said I'd make it in less than 5 minutes. We are not even talking about that, except that the Democrats want to keep making this about Donald Trump. It's not about Donald Trump or his family. If we had a subpoena to Donald Trump today or to his family and they wouldn't come, then I would be supporting a contempt until they did come.
George Washington moonshine, established in the 1700s. I'm just playing, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it was moonshine. I think he was a Southern kind of guy, so but he was pumping that shit. I think, like they were saying, they think he even sold it to the government. But I like how he broke all that stuff down, because a lot of people did forget, you know what I'm saying, that the former president did kind of just part of a lot of his life that he was living just to become president. So for them trying to use that as a weapon to say that he was using or doing business and stuff to do certain things that don't make sense for the things that he actually done, that fucked them up. I'm just saying.
We have a valid, an undeniable subpoena that has not only been denied, but as I've said on every previous time, the middle finger has been pointed at the American people, and that is what we are here for today. I look forward to the vote and the final vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman is back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I just want to correct the record, and that appears in the report that I have already put under unanimous consent into the record, the Democrats' report about the pocketing of millions of dollars over the course of 2 years of President Trump's term. I will note that once the Republicans came into the majority, now Chairman Comer shut down any more information coming to us about the other failures and taking of emoluments against the Constitution. But let's get the facts straight. Immediately, and I'm quoting the report, immediately after the 2016 election, ethics experts from across the political spectrum, reading the writing on the wall, urged the new president-elect to fully divest himself of his business interests and place them all in a truly independent blind trust. We all lived that. Guess what? It never happened. Again, quoting the report. Throwing caution to the wind and the Constitution to the curb, former President Trump bluntly and cavalierly rejected all such bipartisan advice. Here's what he did. He instead chose to place the day-to-day management of his businesses in the hands of his 2 adult sons while retaining personal ownership and control of all his businesses, as well as the ability to draw funds from them without any outside disclosure. End quote. That's page 7 for those who want to begin to read the report. I'm not impressed that the former president did not take what he was constitutionally allowed to take, which was the president's salary. I am not impressed, because if you go to the report and you take a look at what happened, information, page 10 of the report, information available to the committee shows that among countries patronizing Trump properties, China made the largest total payments to the president's private business interests. Let's see who it was. According to the subset of documents obtained from Mazars and additional documents from the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, these payments collectively included millions of dollars from China's embassy in the United States, the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, a Chinese state-owned enterprise, and Hainan Airline Holding Company, a subsidiary of Chinese company HNA Group, owned by the Hainan provincial government. And if you turn to page 14, the largest entry, there's a grid of all of the money that they were able to track by way of the financial documents. China's the top performer. Total spending through China to the president's entities, identified, again, just 2 years and just partial documents, $5,572,548. Where were those dollars deposited, basically? Pocketed? Trump Tower, Trump International Hotel, Washington, D.C., Trump International Hotel, Las Vegas, $5.5 million taken in during the president's time when he failed to divest himself. I don't know about you, but once the president lost and had to leave the White House under terrible duress, as we all lived, did you notice what happened at Trump International Hotel? Closed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quickly, this is raw politics, and the other side is real good at it. So, don't keep your eye on the ball. Look at the shiny object that we have over here. The shiny object is Donald Trump. But the fact is, that's not what this hearing can talk about, how Donald Trump made profits, that he was a businessman and a very successful one before he became president. When he made the profits while he was in the presidency, he donated those profits back to Treasury. We can talk about the fact that the Biden family has only and always made their money off of government. But the real issue at hand here is none of that. The real issue at hand is about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and the relationship they had and the money that got filtered to the Biden family, that got filtered to Hunter because he was selling the presidency and the vice presidency. The real issue at hand is the fact that they made their money through the government and through influence peddling, and we want to find out more about that. What we're voting on today is not Donald Trump. It's none of it. But they want to have the public's eye on this other shiny object here. Let's keep the eye on the real issue, which is selling the United States government, which is selling foreign policy, which is doing the wrong thing, and Hunter and his dad were involved in it. We want to know more. And the last thing I'll say, Americans know. Anybody else, when they're subpoenaed and have to do a deposition, they do the deposition from a legal authority like the Judiciary Committee. But Hunter, once again, thinks he's above everybody else, separated from everybody else, and more powerful from everybody else, and that's wrong. And Americans know that too. Let's vote on the damn matter at hand and not digress on all these other issues. I yield back. I yield to Andy Biggs. I yield to my colleague, Congressman Biggs.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Van Drew. So, this is an interesting diversion, as you say. It is a diversionary tactic. The reality is Hunter Biden, $24 million, and that is just a portion of what's been reported. But they're not interested in that. Not interested in that. He defies the subpoena. Not interested in that. We're going to raise something else. And so they're going to raise something else that's actually very intriguing because what happened to President Trump is he transferred management and authority, but he also transferred titles to the trust. And when you transfer titles, that is an ownership transfer. You have to understand that, and contrary to what my colleague across the aisle said, from 400 affiliated entities. Now, the other thing that's really intriguing here is he was providing services, he's a magnate, he's got real estate holdings throughout the world. One of those holdings was in Manhattan. In 2008, Chinese company that my colleague just referenced entered into a contract to lease space. It wasn't some amorphous 20-some-odd shell corporations. It was a real entity providing real space, real value in exchange for money. That was in 2008. Let's see here. Oh, that was during Obama's term. It wasn't during Trump's term. It wasn't during his term. And so money that was paid in to that trust occurred during some of his time in office, but it went to the trust. But you're not going to hear that from the other side. They're going to argue this thing and try to make somehow a moral equivalency issue. And that's what's disgusting about this. Why don't they just admit Hunter Biden defied the subpoena? He willfully defied it. In fact, Mr. Ivey from Maryland told us earlier today, much earlier today, and this day seems to extend. He said, yes, Hunter told us he wasn't going to come in. He willfully defied it. Guess what that means? You're in contempt of the subpoena you got. You don't get to say, hey, I'm going to come in when I want to come in, how I want to come in. You were given a date to come in, a time to come in, a location to come in, and you went out and held a press conference saying, I ain't going in. That is contempt. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chairs and noes have it. Roll call being, because after the roll call, we will recess. I believe the minority has 2 more amendments, and we'll come back and deal with those and then vote on the final passage. But let's do this vote, and then we'll go vote on the floor.
Mr. Jordan?
Nope.
Mr. Fry? Mr. Neguse? Ms.
I
McBath?
think they're going to recess
Ms. Dean?
right after this.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye.
We also want to be recorded. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 18 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The committee will stand in recess until the conclusion of this vote series and then come back for finishing of the work for today.
But man, with all this evidence, man, these guys are still trying to defend it. They keep trying to deflect, keep using Trump. They're going. What are they really trying to hide? Oh shoot, that's a long ass research. I'm doing it the slow way. Let me speed this up. Get through this. Where did back to action? Oh yeah, we didn't got much longer on. That was a long ass recess.
Seems one of our grandkids get to the sooner than otherwise, right? That's how I do it. I'm in a family. Everywhere. I don't want people to.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending.
Objection. The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good faith effort to try to pass an amendment. This is an issue I've worked on when Democrats were in control, when Republicans were in control, so it's not a partisan issue to me. It's really an issue about reclaiming Congress's power. Prior to World War II, the Supreme Court has ruled repeatedly that Congress has the power of inherent contempt. And what that allows Congress to do is when the executive branch, for example, the Department of Justice, if they don't enforce this subpoena, then there's really nothing that we can do. But there is actually something we can do. Through inherent contempt, Congress itself has authority under the Supreme Court law to fine witnesses and to even imprison witnesses. And so this paragraph simply puts in what the courts have said about Congress's inherent contempt power. Because as all of you know, the problem that's going to happen if this resolution of contempt gets voted off the House floor is that because Hunter Biden substantially complied with the subpoena and because of the ongoing Department of Justice investigation, there is no way the Department of Justice is going to actually enforce this contempt proceeding. And then there's nothing that Republicans can do. But with inherent contempt, we wouldn't need the Department of Justice. We can use Congress's own power to do that. And this simply puts in the Supreme Court rulings on that. And so this would then set forward, if we want to do in the future, to then pass legislation, which would actually just be a rules change to allow the House to execute our inherent contempt power. And with that, I yield.
Gentlemen, yield for a question?
Sure, I'll yield for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. So, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Biden has Secret Service protection. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, are you proposing to send the or to send the Capitol, the Sergeant at Arms, and presumably the Capitol Police under his direction, to go to the Secret Service and take Hunter Biden from their custody?
I'm glad you asked that. And so we've thought about this issue, and that's why the bill I have introduced, both last term when Democrats were in control and this term when Republicans were in control, is to use inherent contempt power to fine witnesses. So this would levy $25,000 fines on a witness for refusing to comply with a congressional subpoena and increase that amount depending on how recalcitrant the witness is.
Has that power ever been determined to exist by the United States Supreme Court, or is that a novel issue?
It is not a novel issue because the Supreme Court has already ruled that Congress has the power to imprison. And so if you have the power to imprison, then you would have the power to do lesser kinds of enforcement penalties.
Well, I'll say with respect to this, I'm not sure this is the correct vehicle for that, for your proposal, but I'm somewhat drawn to it. I believe that when Mr. Biden was parading in the halls earlier today, that would have been the solution. I think the Sergeant at Arms should have taken him into custody, and he should have been held in custody until he completed his obligation to testify. So I appreciate the suggestion. We're of one mind on the proper way to resolve this, but and so thanks for the suggestion. I would say I also think it would probably be somewhat speculative to believe that because there's a power to imprison for contempt, that there must be a power to fine. I will say that the law of my state on contempt is directly to the contrary. One's allowed and the other is the fine is prohibited, according to what I understand. So I yield back. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. So reclaiming my time, I know this paragraph is simply silent on that issue. It just lays out what the Supreme Court has said about the inherent contempt power.
I'll withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields.
Oh, yes, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The point of order is withdrawn. If I understand this correctly, this is, as the gentleman from California said, just restating what the United States Supreme Court has held. And of course, it seems the operative language is still the Speaker of the House may command the Sergeant at Arms to take a non-compliant witness into custody. I guess I'm kind of like where Mr. Bishop is. I don't really see an objection to this. So I think we can, if someone wants to speak on the amendment, I would call the question on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted and becomes part of the report. The chair now recognizes we ready? Do you have is this the last amendment? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized. Gentleman has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Florida.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Objection,
of...
the amendment considered as read. Gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to note two things just in response to what's been happening so far today. One is the issue that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have raised about all of our amendments and comments dealing with President Trump. This doesn't raise him at all. And the other is that we haven't been focusing on the issue of Hunter Biden's testimony. And I think this does exactly that. This is an amendment to the report language, so it doesn't actually change the language of the resolution that is the cover of the report that was floated. This does go to page 7 within the report that's been offered as an amendment. And what it does is it actually just clarifies and provides both sides of the story to some extent. And the logic here is typically in reports that are issued, the majority does a report, minority can do a report if they'd like to. I think there were some time constraints here. But the important aspect here is this is a referral that's going to go to the Department of Justice, but if it's voted out on the floor. And I think it's important to make sure that the facts that we send over, which under the statute, this is what it would represent. It's based on what's in the report language. I think it need to be a fairly neutral and objective to the extent possible recitation of the facts so the Department of Justice can make a decision on whether or not to move forward with a grand jury investigation. What this does is it sort of lays out some of the facts I mentioned earlier. Chairman Comer inviting Hunter Biden to testify before the Committee on Oversight, offering to do that, and I won't read the particulars again, they're there in the language, but that he's invited to come anytime, and also that he can either come for a deposition or committee hearings, whichever he chooses. He chose public hearing. Now, I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that's contemptuous. Part of me thinks that actually they might have actually reached an agreement which could be binding, and he took the committee up on it, and the committee actually breached the agreement. But we'll set that to the side for the moment. Just in the interest of fairness and balance, to provide this information, which I think is undisputed, about the comments that Chairman Comer made that invited and offered to allow public testimony. And I think it's important in another respect too. A lot of the comments that have been made by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle go to the issue of trying to get the information, sort of a suggestion that if we don't pass this contempt request, that we won't be able to get the information we want. I disputed that and continue to dispute that. The offer to publicly testify gives us the information we need. Unlike some of the witnesses that have come before this body, there's sort of two big differences, I think. One is there's a lot of information out there publicly about what he would and would not say, and I think the facts that have been written out in the report, although I don't agree with them in large part, and I think many of them are one-sided, but it appears that the committee has a good sense of what he would actually say. So I don't know that that's really a challenge here or a problem. So at a minimum, let's send forward a report that gives a balanced view, at least on this particular issue, when we send it to the Department of Justice. And this is the last point on this. The reason I think it's important to send this particular piece is I don't think he's actually denied or refused to comply with the subpoena. As a matter of fact, there's an offer, there's already been partial compliance. He's produced documents and the like, and made himself available to testify publicly and under oath. And so I think this actually could be relevant to if there's a court determination about criminal contempt. And let's be clear, this is not a civil contempt that we're talking about here. This is criminal contempt. And basically what the House would be alleging is that he's criminally refusing to provide information to the House of Representatives. I don't think that's right. I think that's contradicted not only by these facts, but by the fact that he offered to testify publicly and that we could get the information that we want through the public hearing. So I offer this language just in an attempt to have balanced language in the report. And I yield back.
Gentleman, gentleman yields back. The gentleman from
withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
That's not basically what we're alleging. It's exactly what we're alleging. From the entire time this started and from this hearing, and I've been thinking a lot about how to address and deal with some of these issues, because a lot of what you deal with in contempt is wonky. And a lot of what we've dealt with back and forth in these hearings is really, really inside baseball. As an example, I spent 6 months in a skiff in the basement of the Capitol, in a classified setting, listening to unclassified testimony. So if we're talking about open and transparent and all of those different issues, but I think the more important issue is we've heard that Hunter Biden's a private citizen.
Once they hire you to be
I represented a lot of private citizens in federal court. Ain't any of them been treated like this. We talk about a special prosecutor being appointed, but he was only appointed after a plea deal was thrown out that granted pretrial diversion for a federal gun charge and global immunity that far exceeded the overall base of the plea agreement. And keep in mind, that plea agreement was entered into after 2 different U.S. attorneys failed to prosecute this case. It's almost like if you would wait 2 years, 3 years and appoint a special prosecutor, then as the House is doing its investigation, you could claim, oh no, there's a prosecution going on. It's also a plea deal that apparently was granted after we had a DOJ report and people trying to get to a credible witness, and investigators all over the country were frustrated at every single step of the way. We have IRS witnesses that come in and say that every time they tried to investigate this stuff, it was taken off the table. And this had real consequences, The statute of limitations passed. You can't be charged for the times for when these things occurred. Regular defendants don't get that treatment. They don't get that in federal court. I can tell you from spending a decade defending clients in federal court, there's never been a federal prosecutor anywhere in the country that is just like, I'm really worried about your 5-year addiction. Here's your deferred prosecution. There's never been an investigator that says, you know what, we should just tamp down on this and not do anything, because if we wait long enough, if we just wait long enough, the statute of limitations will talk. So we keep talking about all of these different things, and we go through all of these different things. But, I think kind of the best one to all of this is, you know what a regular citizen has never had happen in a federal case? They've never had a presidential transition team interfere with an FBI investigation. I've never had a client to have that happen. They've never had the Secret Service and a purely political committee set up solely for the purpose of helping a newly elected president transition into the role of the president interfere with the FBI's investigation or the IRS's investigation with his son. And you know what else you don't get to do when you get a subpoena? You just don't. You don't get to say, I will do it under my terms, or no terms at all. You don't get to say, I'm not going to sit under oath and deal with the prosecutor or deal with the congressional committee how they want to do it. We've talked a lot about whether he can do that or he can't do that or we should do that or we shouldn't do that. We don't have to. The United States Congress can issue a subpoena. They can say how you want to do it. You can go back and you can negotiate terms and you can deal with all of these things. We've dealt with this a lot, both in the majority and the minority. What you don't get to do is hold a press conference on the front of the Capitol steps with your lawyer and say, I'm only doing it the way I want to do it. Maybe just this one time, Hunter Biden shouldn't get special favorable treatment with prosecutors and judges and IRS agents and statute of limitations. Maybe just this one time, he shouldn't be a spoiled little rich kid with a really important dad who actually is 50 years old, and he should comply with the subpoena, or at least in good faith negotiate how to comply with the subpoena, instead of holding press conferences and having the Secret Service sweep an oversight room so he can come in and do a political stuff. Maybe just this one time we should do it that way. So
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Sure.
Okay, none of that goes to the amendment, but just for the sake of the discussion, well, if you want to hear those things, I mean, if you brought him in and he testified, you could hear all of that, right? Today, I suppose. He just asked to have it in public, and the poor little rich kid piece. I mean, let's be clear: a poor little rich kid,
all right, reclaiming
with
my
a public
time.
defender would have taken the fifth, right?
Well, I'm saying as a public defender defending people, they don't get to tell the authorities how they're.
What the hell is a poor little rich kid? How you gonna be poor and rich? That sounds crazy.
Going to testify, when they're going to testify, what conditions they're going to do, and if they do, they negotiate it in good faith. They don't stage political stunts. They don't have. I've never had a client be able to use the Secret Service to sweep a room before I could come in and do a political stunt. But that's neither here nor there. So I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm going to end today, because I think we're probably about done, where we started, which is that I and my colleagues pointed out that the chairman is 600 plus days in defiance of a congressional subpoena. My colleague from North Dakota who just spoke said no one should ever be allowed to set the terms for their own subpoena compliance. And he's never seen somebody defy a congressional subpoena like this. Mr. Van Drew from New Jersey has throughout the day said there's rules for thee, but not for me. That's what Hunter Biden is asking. And then the chairman, in a very defensive response to the point we've made about his own subpoena defiance, said, well, all I wanted to do was I sent an 11-page letter and I was willing to testify, I was willing to negotiate. Well, that sounds a hell of a lot like what Hunter Biden is doing when Chairman Comer says, come in publicly or privately. He says, I'll come in publicly. Then you say, well, it has to be privately. And then he comes in willing publicly twice in the last month. So to use Mr. Van Drew, is it rules for thee, but not for me, Mr. Chairman? Gentleman yield. Is it rules for thee and not for me? Because that's what it really feels like is going on here. So again, to end where we started, it is absurd that this committee, where its own chairman is in defiance of a congressional subpoena, is holding a hearing about somebody else who actually wants to show up and testify publicly for their own congressional subpoena. Gentleman yield.
No, he won't. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized, and we'll come to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm struck again by the failure to understand the value of the deposition process and the need for deposition in a matter so important as this. It amazes me. We're busy talking about one of the most important things this Congress can do, and that's look into the alleged impeachable activities of a president. And here we are talking about having one of the key, if not the key witness, avoid the necessity of a deposition. I don't get it. As a civil trial lawyer, I've been through, as I mentioned before, dozens upon dozens of depositions, and you take depositions to get the facts. You don't do it just because it's fun to do. You don't do it just because you can fill out a lot of hours. You do it because if you don't do it, you're guilty of malpractice. So to hear those who have a background in the law suggest that we should simply place a witness of this importance in front of this committee with all the stilted rules that go with it is ridiculous. And what should be happening is we should be focusing upon what we're about here today, which is to determine whether or not the President of the United States engaged in selling his influence through his son. And it's been repeatedly pointed out that his son had nobody else to sell but his dad. And so for goodness sakes, when people come in and say, well, there's no evidence, you go, what was Hunter Biden selling? His influence? Come on. So the point is, why would we commit malpractice by failing to take the deposition of Hunter Biden, particularly where the rules of our organization, this Congress, say that we have every authority to do it? Why? And then as far as the amendment goes, and of course, I forgot to say strike the last word on this amendment, but the amendment is surprisingly specious because it fails to take into account the rest of the story. So where it says, given your client's willing to address the investigation publicly, we'd expect him to be willing to testify in Congress. It certainly doesn't say, and avoid taking a deposition. Come on, this kind of approach.
Would the gentleman yield?
Actually, no.
Okay.
What I'm anxious to make clear is that this group of folks here, we congressional folks, owe a duty and obligation to the American people to get to the bottom of this, and the way you do it is by taking the deposition first, and then you bring the witness in later. You don't put a witness down here and then try to jam exhibits under his nose or her nose, whoever's nose. You take the deposition. There's a reason. And that's why, years ago, we added depositions as a tool to the investigative toolbox. We didn't, if it wasn't a useful approach, it wouldn't be in our rules. I would recommend, again, since I asked the CRS Committee Discretion in Obtaining Witness Testimony report be made part of the record, people actually go read it. And you'll see a deposition is not a hearing, it's a deposition. There's no House committee rule that regulates the committee's choice between obtaining testimony by deposition or in a hearing. In other words, we get to do this the way we want and the way the chair wants to do it. And to continually bring up other situations as a justification for not following these rules, well, someday you may have that opportunity, but not today. Today's about Hunter Biden. Mr. Chair,
gentleman from Oregon, yield this way.
Chair, I yield to...
Would you yield, gentlemen?
Yes, sure.
I think in furtherance of your point, because you made this point about, and I think even if the submission or the alteration of the report were otherwise appropriate as opposed to just a minority report, I say to the gentleman from Maryland that this sentence says, yet again on November 8, 2023, Chairman Comer, along with Chairman Jordan, replied to Mr. Biden's attorney stating, quote, given your client's willingness to address this investigation publicly up to this point, we would expect him to be willing to testify before Congress, close quote. It suggests that that was left open that way, so that when Mr. Biden's attorney responded in November 28, talking about coming to a public hearing, that was open for discussion, but it omits this very important first paragraph of the letter of November 8. The Committee on Oversight and Accountability and the Committee on the Judiciary are subpoenaing Mr. Robert Hunter Biden to appear for a deposition. And then the end of that paragraph, attached to this letter is the Oversight Committee's subpoena. The Judiciary Committee's subpoena will be transmitted to you separately. There was no open offer by Jamie Comer for Hunter Biden to say, oh, I'll do that. If that, you suggested the contract analogy wouldn't apply anyway, but it doesn't even, it's selective. It doesn't even represent the facts as they occurred. Thank you, gentlemen from Oregon, and I yield back to him.
Gentleman yields back.
Yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support the gentleman from Maryland's very thoughtful amendment, Mr. Ivey, and I would simply ask a rhetorical question, expecting no answer from my good friend, so I will answer it myself, which is whether or not Mr. Biden, in this instance, Hunter Biden and his counsel, did they not express and respond to the entreats, the outreach of the chairman of the Oversight Committee? The answer was yes, they responded. The Oversight Committee have any number of offerings. Now, that is not the responsibility of the particular party in question, but Americans have a right when called before Congress, as they have a right if called before the court, to precisely be able to listen to, in this instance, the chairman, or in this another instance, the judge, in the preciseness of their commentary. Chairman Comer clearly said and invited Mr. Biden to testify in public, saying, we're in the downward phase of this investigation now because we have so many documents. Oh, let me repeat that again. So many documents. In my previous amendment, I made it clear. They were overwhelmed with the thousands and tens of thousands of documents. So many documents, and we can bring these people in for deposition or committee hearings, whichever they choose. Do we not have the responsibility of being precise and for the American people to be able to be guided by our words and the veracity of our words and the guidance of our words and the direction of our words? And yet again, on November 8th, yes, the letter came along with Chairman Jordan. Chairman Comer replied to Mr. Biden's attorney stating, given your client's willingness to address this investigation publicly up to this point, we would expect him to be willing to testify before Congress. And that is what they have expressed, their willingness to testify before Congress. And so I believe Mr. Ivey's language should not offend anyone. He simply wants the report to reflect the words of the chairman of a full committee, which we should hold that chairman to their words, the words and letter of both the chairman of the...
You motherfuckers are getting boring. Y'all keep repeating y'all damn self. Y'all keep going around the damn circles. I can't take no fucking more. Matter of fact, they're going around circles like that ugly ass braid you got on the top of your head. I can't take no more of this shit. I thought this one was going to be better than the last one, and this one is just as goddamn dull as the last one. They're not sticking to the point. They're going all around the damn merry-go-round. I think I need to find me another topic to do today. This, even though we already went through about almost 4 hours of this shit, there's about an hour left of it. I'm glad I didn't do this in the middle of the night. Well, hold on. Maybe it did heat up a little bit. I just can't take no more of this one. I'm trying to
Judiciary and oversight that made it clear that Mr. Biden had accepted the responsibility of testifying before Congress. And the exact words in this iteration does not indicate how, but we do know that Mr. Biden, Hunter Biden, showed up. So I wanted to rise to say that why would you not allow the report simply to be amended so the truth could be told? When I came back and expressed my concern with the FD 1023 on this issue of human, uncorroborated human testimony, it was just simply to clarify the record. That's all Mr. Ivey is trying to do. Maybe wanting to do more, and I'm happy to be able to yield to him at this moment, but I wanted to join him in supporting of this amendment because I do believe, Mr. Chairman, you should allow the amending of the record simply to say and chronicle Mr. Biden's willingness to respond. He did respond. His counsel did respond. They were willing and able to testify publicly. Gentlemen, you happy to yield to the gentleman?
I thank the gentlelady. And just in support of that, and just to address some of the comments that were made a few minutes ago with respect to Congress having the authority to seek depositions, and why wouldn't they always do that in these kinds of investigative hearings? The only point I would make is obviously Congress doesn't have to do that, but nobody forced Chairman Comer to come out and offer.
For those who's just coming into the room, this guy on the screen had this title last week.
To allow him to have public testimony. He did that on his own, and he was the chairman of the committee that was leading the investigation in part. Secondly, with respect to my friend from North Carolina, I take the point about this particular amendment not including everything, but the point of the amendment was all of that stuff's already in the draft report that you guys have floated and seek to have adopted and forwarded as the referral. So my amendment didn't include all of the points that you're trying to make because it's already in there. The points that you're trying to make about, Hunter Biden did something wrong, this, that, or the other, they're already in the report and very thoroughly. This is just a kind of a rifle shot effort to balance out this piece of it. And to the extent all of you all feel like, we still want the information, that's why we want to go. This doesn't derail the contempt citation. It just provides not even both sides, but part of the other side.
Gentlelady's time having expired. Who else seeks recognition? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just can't let this go. I know we all want to get back to our offices and the work at hand, but every time the other side keeps trying to move us away from the subject at hand, which is Hunter Biden and his willful and purposeful and blatant disregard for the law and his willful and purposeful disregard for the American people and also to the United States Congress and this committee. This isn't about Donald Trump. This isn't about Jim Jordan. Now, let's just talk about that for a second. This is a standing committee of the United States House of Representatives. We have members on both sides of the aisle. We debate, we discuss. At times we have colloquies. There is a balance. This committee that Chairman Jordan was subpoenaed to go to did not have that balance. It was a select committee that was set up to go after individuals politically, including President Donald Trump. It was wrong, but nevertheless, Jim Jordan never said he wouldn't go. He just wanted to know what the parameters would be. And the reason they didn't get back to him on that long letter he sent to them is because they knew they were in quicksand. They knew they were in trouble. They knew they didn't have an appropriate committee. It was a partisan committee. It might as well go before the Democrat DNC as well as go before that committee. And then we talk about rules for thee and not for me. I will still say, without question, Hunter Biden gets special treatment. He got special treatment after he illegally bought a gun. He got special treatment when he didn't pay his taxes. And the special treatment was going to be a real plea deal that he would be responsible for none of it. And I will still say that the average American who may or may not be watching this hearing knows that it wouldn't damn well happen to them, that they'd be in big trouble. And it is only because of one honest judge in Delaware that she said, I can't do this. That, the Justice Department put together this special deal for the president's son. I can't do it. It just isn't right in the plain vernacular in English, and this has to move forward. And now it does move forward. We all have to obey the rule of law, or should be. And to my colleague, Congressman Swalwell, he's a member of Congress. That matters. We have a responsibility. And he flouts and touts the fact that he went around with Hunter Biden, who openly, defiantly, literally disobeyed the rule of law. Didn't say, hey, I want certain framework when I go in there and do depositions. If you've got nothing to worry about, if you haven't done anything wrong, you're not afraid to go before a committee, and you're also not afraid to go before a deposition. That obviously shows his fear that he's done wrongdoing. But he thought, once again, as he has over and over and over again, the way he's made his money, the way he's been treated in his criminal charges, he thought, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to say I'm a special guy. The rules don't apply to me. They apply to every other American, but damn it, I can do what I want. And Eric Swalwell supports that. Congressman Swalwell, my colleague, I can't believe that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is raw politics. It's abusive politics. It's harmful politics. This is easy. You are subpoenaed. You obey the subpoena by a real committee, not a hack job, not a political committee, not a committee that's out to get you, that only has Democrats or people that hate you on it. This is a standing committee, and we have strong membership on the other side. And they could defend Hunter Biden and say he had nothing to do with his father, nothing to do with criminal activity, nothing to do with not registering as a foreign agent, nothing to do with using the United States of America, its foreign policy, and its domestic policy for their own gain. Let's talk about the matter at hand. Hunter Biden disobeying and refusing to comply with the rule of law. This isn't politics. This is government. This is public policy. This is doing things the right way. That's all we want to do. It's all we should be discussing today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else seeking recognition? The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a classic case of putting politics over people. My friends on the other side of the aisle have been playing politics ever since they went through the 3 weeks back in January of 2023. First, trying to elect a speaker. It took them 3 weeks of dysfunction and paralysis in this body. We couldn't do anything but go to the floor and vote for Hakeem Jeffries. But he was not able to win, and they finally elected their speaker of their choice, but then they ended up yanking him 9 months later, and we went through another 2 weeks of dysfunction and paralysis in this body. But in the interim period between those times, and then thereafter up to this time, my friends on the other side of the aisle in 2 committees have been embarked upon a very thorough investigation, leaving no stone unturned. They've subpoenaed thousands of documents. Those documents they have received from the Biden-Harris administration. There's no allegation that nobody has been forthcoming with documents. All of the documents that they've requested, they've received. They've got them from the Biden-Harris administration, from banks, from private citizens, from family members. It's been a complete and thorough gathering of documents. Thousands of... Now this dude right here could probably sell water to a whale. He a good talker. He's still full of shit, though. Chairman Comer even referred to it as, quote, a mountain of evidence. And within all of that evidence, plus they have deposed over a dozen witnesses without, by the way, releasing any transcripts, the full transcripts of those depositions, but they have taken morsels of the depositions and mischaracterized them in public, which is what they want to do with Hunter Biden, which is why he smartly has offered to submit to a public testimony, a public hearing with his testimony under oath. And he did not say that he would take the fifth. If he was intending on doing that, he would not have offered to testify. And so there's a reason why they don't want his public testimony. It's because out of all of the documents and witnesses that they have been through up to this point over the last year, 2 committees, they've not come up with any evidence, not a thimbleful of evidence, not even a little toenail worth of evidence, not even a pinhead worth of evidence. No evidence whatsoever have they received that shows that President Biden
has engaged in any criminal misconduct, but yet they want to use this deposition to try to impugn his character. They know that they are not going to be successful in impeaching and convicting President Biden, but what they want to do is take this deposition and then try to use whatever morsels of it they can to just tar the president and Hunter Biden in the process. And Hunter Biden is not falling for it, and the American people are not falling for it, because they know that it's better to get public testimony in a than it is to be questioning somebody in a clandestine, secret reporters present, the public excluded. You do it in secrecy. The American people realize that that benefits y'all. That doesn't benefit Hunter Biden. It benefits y'all. And so, but it benefits the public to get to a clear finding on national TV that this is a witch hunt and it's not about anything other than your desire to bring down Biden and promote Donald Trump. And so let's stop beating around the bushes. Let's call this what it is, a fishing expedition. Let's get on to the business that the American people want us to do in this committee. We've already had one school shooting this year already. Let's do something about guns in this society, out of control guns. Let's do the work of this committee that benefits the American people instead of playing politics over the people. And with that,
time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I guess we cannot be Representative Jayapal phrase, but I didn't realize that depositions are considered to be clandestine operations now. I actually thought, and I'm the attorney, but I thought it's actually, as my Representative Benz put out, it was a part of actually a proper part of a legislative process and investigation. It's actually, and Hunter Biden will have an opportunity to also do a public comments too. But I think the proper way this goes through, to such a serious matter in consideration. And if he truly believes that he needs to make a case, there are a lot of serious allegation questions he needs to answer. So I think it's unfortunate that the other sides try to spin it. I think this is a part of the process, and I think if we believe in the rule of law and the processes in respect of this committee investigation going further, we should really enforce our subpoenas, especially in serious investigations like that. And I think we need to go further with this, and I hope that my colleagues will support and maybe some people on the other side will think twice before setting the precedents what we're doing, because we're playing too many politics with people's lives.
Individually? Would you yield to me?
Yeah, yes, I did. I yield.
It must be interesting to Americans watching, hearing about depositions being clandestine, who might have a figment of a memory that there was an entire impeachment conducted in the skiff. And the other thing is, although we're overturning some stones, we have not yet overturned any islands, so that should be good. I yield back to the gentlelady from
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge my colleague to not support this amendment, but support this resolution. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Any others seeking recognition? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman seeks a recorded vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa. Mr. Buck. Ms. Lofgren.
Again, we don't want to hear that damn.
Ms. Jackson-Lee. Mr. Johnson votes.
We just want the result.
Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Dean, you're not recorded. Ms. Dean votes aye.
Clerk will report.
How the hell she get that damn job?
I'm not recorded. I'm not recorded.
Record yay and nay.
Ms. Jackson-Lee, you're recorded as
Just
aye.
damn scorekeeper.
Mr. Chairman, there are 11 ayes and 20 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order.
To the committee report.
Objection. The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment in another effort to sort of see if we can reach an agreement to work together in a bipartisan way to address these concerns. This language is seeking to, as my Republican colleagues keep saying, obtain testimony for the committee by permitting the Hunter Biden to testify at a public hearing within 30 days of the passage of the contempt resolution. The reason I'm offering this language is, well, there's several reasons. One is, this is a criminal contempt motion essentially under its current form. The irony is that, of course, criminal contempt isn't designed to compel testimony, unlike civil contempt, it's designed to punish. This would give more of a civil contempt kind of feel to it. If the goal is really to get the information and get the testimony from Hunter Biden, this would be an additional opportunity to do that. The objections to the public testimony, I know the civil deposition argument, we've heard them before, and we're just view them differently. I think the civil depositions are fine, but not mandatory by any stretch. I note again that Chairman Comer offered to permit public testimony and was taken up on that offer. I also note that, certainly in criminal cases, you almost never have depositions. People are put on the witness stand, they testify at hearings. They may have testified before grand jury, but frequently not. So, and as I mentioned before, this is not a scenario where the committee would be flying blind if Hunter Biden sat down and was testifying publicly. We've got tens of thousands of pages of documents. You've got 90 witness statements that have been taken by this committee and by others, oversight and others here in the House. And the public information through the press is beyond extensive on this matter. So I don't know that the approach of it having to be a deposition is the sort of trap that the other side seems to be suggesting. But it would be a quick and immediate way to get the information. And so I will say, just to conclude here, we want to get the information. There's conversations or statements that have been made by colleagues on the other side about negotiating subpoenas. This would be essentially sort of a variation of that. Let's see if we can get the information. Criminal contempt, once we started on that train, it doesn't stop based on whether he complies or not. It just keeps going. So if you really want the information, I don't know that this is the best way to go about it. And so I offer this amendment as an effort to try and reach an agreement where we can actually get the testimony from Mr. Biden that the Republicans say that they want so desperately. Let's bring him in. Let's give him some additional time. Passage of the resolution will be a statement from the House expressing how serious the committee is and the House is about wanting this information. We won't be derogating any rights of the committee by passage or adopting this provision. Let's find a way to work together and get this done.
Gentleman, yield for a quick.
I will.
So, but if I understand, and I was listening carefully to your argument, but I'm also reading what your amendment would do is say Hunter Biden wins. That is to say, he set the terms of his testimony to come into a public hearing at his, the way this public hearing process works, 5 minutes per person and all that stuff, as opposed to doing a deposition. You're saying concede that to him, just do what he wants.
Well, a couple quick things on that front. The 5 minutes was discussed earlier, and there's multiple examples of that over the history of the House and the Senate. We don't have to do it that way. We could designate an individual member or counsel. They can do the questioning for 45 minutes, 60 minutes, whatever we want. We could go back and forth just like we do in the depositions. That would be one way to go, that we'd get the testimony and get the information.
Your terms might be acceptable to me. I don't know what the will of the committee would be. So are you saying, and I wonder if the ranking member, if not you, because he mentioned this earlier, are you saying that Hunter Biden would like to come in and conduct a deposition, following the rules of the deposition, in public?
He's had public hearing. I don't know that there's a difference between deposition, in quotes, and hearing.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would.
I remarked previously that one of the Republicans, I forget which one, had said that that having Hunter Biden testify in front of the committee would be fruitless because of the 5-minute rule, and you couldn't sustain a proper questioning then. And I said, well, in that case, we would certainly not object if the Republicans wanted to hold a public hearing by the rules of a deposition. That is to say, the Republicans get an hour to question him, and then Democrats get an hour to question him, and so forth and so on. And that's what I said, and we certainly wouldn't object, and that should meet the objections of the Republicans.
Mr. Chair.
I yield back to the
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carrying that point further, I'd yield to the ranking member if he's able to say that Mr. Biden is prepared to do that. Does Mr. Biden wish to sit down in a deposition in public?
I haven't spoken to Mr. Biden, but he has said repeatedly publicly that he is perfectly willing to testify in public, that he is eager to testify in public. So I would assume he would be willing to do that.
So as for me, I would say that the time for him to offer that, if he wanted to do it. So it's an interesting proposition, and I think it would be fantastic Mr. Ivey thinks it's a good idea. The ranking member thinks it's a good idea. So, but nobody's prepared. Nobody can say, yeah, well, Hunter Biden's willing to do this.
No one has asked.
We're at a certain.
No one has asked him.
No. But there have been letters back and forth across time.
Gentleman yield?
Yeah, I will, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it seems to me the time to ask him is if this goes the way we anticipate and there's a vote to hold him in contempt from the committee before it goes to the floor, there's going to be those kind of discussions take place between Mr. Lowell and Mr. Castor, our counsel, and the counsel for Hunter Biden, and we'll figure it out from there if that's something that's actually real or not. But
Chairman,
right now,
I move to adjourn to figure out if this is something Mr. Biden is amenable to.
Gentleman's not recognized. The time belongs to the gentleman from
It sounds like you're not interested.
It's my time. But I think that's exactly right. So we move through this. Again, as I said a long time ago, hours ago, it's cut and dry. It's open and shut. The content is clear. And then if
the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the ranking member.
The Hunter Biden's lawyer has written several times, I don't know how often, but has written several times offering Mr. Biden's testimony.
Right. But it's been sort of, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's been sort of like circus type atmosphere that he's seeking to create is my interpretation of what he's done. And in fact, their correspondence need not ever have come particularly to public notice, but he's never suggested this. I've read the correspondence. He's never suggested having a deposition.
Why don't we see if they're amenable to this then?
Well, I think the time to do that, as Mr. Jordan said, is after we've gotten through the point that we brought all these people together and had all this debate over the subject that is at issue. Let's get the resolution through and then say, I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick points. I don't know that there's a real distinction between deposition testimony and public hearing testimony.
Come on, Glenn.
I'm just saying, the way it would be structured, we did this with the Whitewater hearings, it was done with Iran-Contra. Most of the investigative hearings actually do it the way that the chairman suggested. You're calling it a deposition, and that's how they work in these public hearings anyway. Counsel is designated to question for however long each side agrees, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever. Members can then ask questions if they want, but the point about it getting lost in the 5 minutes, it could be addressed in that way. And then secondly, remember the point I made a few minutes ago. Once we send this on a criminal contempt track, it's beyond our hands once it gets voted off the floor. So we're not negotiating after that to try and address it. It's in the hands of the Department of Justice.
I understood. And reclaiming my time, that's the point the chairman just made,
Exactly.
is there's an opportunity, and it's something focused of an opportunity, I would say, because it's not going to be unlimited amount of time, but there's time to deal with that before it goes to the floor and gets the
Would the gentleman yield?
And so let me yield to I think the chairman wants to be. The gentleman from Florida? Yield to you.
Tell you, I have a question for Mr. Ivey. Would 30 days seems a bit dilatory to obtain bipartisan support? Would you go to 14?
Yeah, I'd just pick 30 out of the air. I mean, I thought the issue was...
I'll yield back.
I just thought the issue was giving a chance after the resolution passed to reach an agreement when, normally speaking, you can't do it anymore. So that's all. Just include additional time to negotiate.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would.
Well, I guess it's my time.
North Carolina's time. I apologize.
I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you. As has been stated, to vote a contempt now and then see if Mr. Biden is amenable is putting the cart before the horse. Why don't we recess this hearing, see if he's amenable. If he is, call him in under the rules that the majority will agree to, and have the proper, what's it called? The proper hearing.
Recessing is the prerogative of the chair, I'm pretty sure. But well, I guess anybody can move. But anyway, I'm not intending to do that. And I think that the idea would be to get it finished. My time's about, I'll yield my time back.
Gentleman yields back. I think the gentleman from Oregon seeks time, and the gentleman.
My question is, if he's already in contempt, why you ask him anything? Drag his ass up in there.
From New Jersey. We'll go to Mr. Benz first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say this is no way to reach an agreement on how to handle Hunter Biden. This is not the way to do it. Okay. The reason that the chairman is given the authority of determining how to get this thing worked out is because it's difficult, complicated, and should be up to him. And so to be doing this now is ridiculous. And what should be happening, I hope, is that Hunter Biden will be held responsible for not showing up for the deposition that he was subpoenaed to show up at. That has not changed. He didn't show up. He's guilty of, as I said earlier, spitting in the eye of Congress, and why we would let him off the hook for that, I do not know. That would be more special treatment for a guy that has received far too much. And so that's my own humble opinion. As far as how this should proceed from this point, one, we should proceed with holding Hunter Biden in contempt, because he is. And then secondly, we should be turning to our chair and finding out, letting him negotiate how we want this to turn out. That's how this is supposed to be done. And again, why would we approach such a matter of such incredible importance? The President of the United States, there's enough smoke, if you will, to have all of we Republicans vote for an impeachment inquiry. To suggest that there's nothing there is ridiculous.
Would the
There's a
gentleman
lot
yield?
there. And by the way, I think the word that Congressman Johnson was seeking earlier was punctilio, the smallest possible thing in a procedure. That's not what we have here. Here we have evidence, massive amounts of evidence indicating that Hunter Biden was selling influence. And so,
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I will not.
Would the gentleman yield?
Mr. Speaker, that's really all I have to say, other than I would not support trying to cobble together something here to apply to Hunter Biden in a matter that is of such great importance.
Well,
I yield back to.
Would you, gentlemen, yield back?
I'll yield to, yeah.
Man, that's like the second or third time they tried to shut him up while he was talking.
Yeah, and that's why I suggested the time to have these negotiations is after this passes the committee, which I think is going to happen, and before it would go to the floor, we would have that. We have tried numerous times, our counsel, to reach out to Mr. Lowell, Mr. Biden's counsel, to no avail. So we've been trying. Maybe once they understand about this debate and what's being offered by the gentleman from Maryland, maybe that'll happen. But I do think we should proceed with the resolution as is. And with the gentleman, I'll yield back to the gentleman from Oregon. Would he yield to the gentleman from New Jersey? Gentleman from New Jersey.
I thank the gentleman, I thank the chairman, and I respect Mr. Ivey, and I mean that. I totally disagree with this. We're going back again to rules for thee and not for me. So Hunter Biden's going to get special treatment. He doesn't get deposed like everybody else does because he's the president's son. Even though he's done bad things, he gets special treatment. This process should go through as we've outlined it. If they want to have negotiations and say, okay, now I will go to the depositions and then I will go to the public hearing, that's fine. That's good. And he'll still have that opportunity. But mid-course like this, at the flip of a coin, to change what we've spent, 5 hours doing here is the wrong thing to do. And it's especially wrong because that's not how anybody else would be treated. I don't know why he should be treated that way. I don't know why anybody should be treated that way. He received a subpoena. He didn't comply. He threw it in our face. He disrespected the Congress. He disrespected this committee, and he disrespected the American people and the rule of law. We have to go through a process.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will in a second. I know he's real special to some people on the other side, but to me, he's just another person who broke the law and has to comply with the law. I really believe this is fundamentally wrong, and I disagree with it. I yield to the gentleman, Mr. Ivey.
Thank you. Just a couple quick
points. Time belongs to Mr. Bentz. I think Mr. Bentz is...
Oh, I'm sorry.
But Mr. Bentz wants to yield, that's fine. Okay, gentleman's right.
Thank you. Just a couple quick points. I mean, the point about this is no time to negotiate this. Let me say, the first time I saw the report, I believe, was either late Monday night or Tuesday morning. So, as soon as we got a chance to have it and read through it, we started putting the amendments together. So, I would appreciate the opportunity, actually, if you all want to have a chance to give us a chance to negotiate, read a report. Some committees actually permit minority reports to be written in response, and they're submitted together. That would be wonderful. So, would love to work with you on that front.
Mr. Vance, would you yield back to me? Thank you. This is not the time. It's not the place. He broke the law. He has to be deposed. After he is deposed, he can have his public hearing. There's a reason you want to change the formula here. He has to obey just the way every other American citizen has to. He's not special. He's another guy that broke gun laws, another guy that broke tax laws, and is involved with his father in illegal activity, in my opinion, and that's what we need to find out.
Time for the gentleman that expired, the gentlelady from Texas, and then we'll go to Georgia.
And my good friend from New Jersey has made a very potent point. He's just like every other American.
That's what it is.
And the time that I've spent on this committee is a little bit longer than some others have. So I've had my share of subpoenas and those that have not been followed through on. And I would also say that we as lawyers, most of us here, I know there are some who are not lawyers, but I should say members of the Judiciary Committee, have never run away from what is a reasonable solution to an issue that we're addressing. So I take issue with those who would suggest, well, we've been here 5 hours, let's sock it to them. We've been here 5 hours, and if we come away at the end of the 5 hours, Mr. Chairman, it is your prerogative. But you could have that prerogative along with our ranking member who offered some thoughtful comments. And we came away with a solution, then we're better for it because we could give that same solution to every other American. And I think that what has been offered has been misunderstood. What has been offered is, at least...
all of the Americans don't get that option. What is she talking about? She acting like she on the videotape. All up on his laptop. All high with him. Twerking her old ass on the coffee table. I'm just saying.
At least some back and forth, was to have the open hearing in the form of where we would not be subject to the limitations of the 5 minutes. It could be in the form of, to Mr. Nadler's point, each side getting an hour. I'd say 2 hours, but that's 4 hours, and you'd have counsel. And then you'd have counsel, and then you'd have the opportunity for member questioning. And it would be in a public setting. Someone else could come up with the same misfortune of being misunderstood, like Mr. Biden has been misunderstood because he was willing to appear, and we could discuss a solution for that person, like every other American. I think the 14 days is a reasonable time. I didn't hear Mr. Ivey answer that, but he said that 30 days was not a time that he was wedded to. So 14 days, but I don't see why it cannot be resolved in the few hours more that we have here. So I would hope that we're stepping over our message here, our points. He is being treated like every other American. If we have a solution, let's put the solution forward. And we have a disagreement, you're in the majority, and your interpretation is that he is in contempt. You're right, my interpretation is that he is not because he offered to appear.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. And therefore, we have a disagreement, you being the majority, you would prevail, but I don't think we get anywhere if we can resolve it. And I think we have an answer. Mr. Nadler, yield.
Thank the gentlelady for yielding. I just want to point out, if we vote this contempt resolution, and presumably the House votes it, it will eventually go to the Department of Justice to enforce it. By then it'll be a year and a half from now, by the time they get around to it, if they bother doing it. Much better if we don't vote the contempt resolution, recess, and see if we can get an agreement by Mr. Biden to come in and testify under rules in which the majority gets an hour, and then the minority gets an hour, and then the majority, and then the minority as long as it goes, and questions. And then you'll get the information, as opposed to being frustrated by a contempt proceeding that will take a long time and will get nowhere. So I would suggest that we not do the contempt citation if we really want the information. If we don't want the information, have fun with the contempt citation, but you're not going to get the information. If you want the information, do what I suggested. I yield back to the
And give the opportunity for the counsel, for Mr. Lowell, for Mr. Biden to respond. I have two individuals, Swalwell, but Mr. Ivey also wants time. I'll yield to you and Mr. Ivey, Mr. Swalwell.
I would just say, take yes for an answer. Our side is saying, you want a public deposition? Great, we support that. Knock yourselves out. Hillary Clinton sat for 8+ hours. We're able to do that. But Mr. Van Drew says this is not the time and place to do it. I'm sorry, are you working on healthcare or gun violence or, reducing, some of the other costs that Americans are worried about? No, you're doing impeachment over in Homeland Security. You're doing this nonsense here, and you just failed to pass your own rule on the floor. So this is what you're doing right now. So just take yes for an answer. So, Mr. Chairman, let's just take a brief recess, call Mr. Biden's lawyer, see if they're willing to do it, and we may have accomplished something this early in 2024. I yield to Ms. Chastely.
Yield to Mr.
Very briefly,
I'm yielding.
I thank the gentlelady. I would accept the 14 days.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I have an
We've
amendment.
just given you a solution, all four of us here.
I have an amendment to the amendment at the desk.
Amendment. Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Robert Hunter
Without
Biden.
objection, the amendment we consider as read. Gentleman's recognized.
Amendment to the amendment?
The amendment
Reserve a
changes.
point of order.
The
Reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from North Carolina's reserved a point of order.
The amendment changes the number of days from 30 to 14. That's the amendment. Yield back.
Seeks recognition.
That's
Mr. Johnson on the amendment. On the amendment to the amendment.
There's a second amendment in the order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment of the amendment. And I would simply point out to the American people that you can go through the exercise of putting lipstick on a pig, but when it's all said and done, it's still a pig. And what we have here is a
That idiot said that shit yesterday.
situation where we're putting politics over people. We are endeavoring to hold Hunter Biden in contempt for failing to respond to a subpoena, something that the chair himself has done and created the environment where people feel like it's okay to not appear. I mean, if you do it, then why can't somebody else do it? Rules for you and not for them, and rules for thee when we're talking about Donald Trump. No rules for thee, but rules for everybody else who is Democrat. Rules don't apply to Republicans, including insurrectionists, including those trying to change history around here during these hearings. During this hearing, people have been restating history trying to make January 6th into a pleasant day at the park. No, it was a insurrection, a violent attempt to overthrow the lawful results of an election. And this House Judiciary Committee has no appetite to go into that, but it's to re-elect a guy who put into position those who were here attacking us. The one who fermented the insurrection. You want to protect him and get him reelected, and so therefore you're putting politics over people by going after the president of the United States' son. But you're doing that trying to get at the president. So everybody knows what you're trying to do, and they know that you don't really want to work with Democrats to obtain a public hearing for Hunter Biden. You could have done that a long time ago. You could have done that today, but you don't want to do that. You will not do that. And so, let's stop trying to put lipsticks on a pig and call this exactly for what it is. And now I've heard from my scheduler today that she has made reservations for me to leave D.C. tonight at 7:30 on one of the last flights out. So I thought about it, and I thought, gosh, Republicans have just brought another rule to the floor of the House. It's the 5th rule of this session of Congress that has failed. This is unprecedented in the course of American history. This many rules having failed, and so now what we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, is having the Speaker of the House return to this committee because he's poised to be ousted.
He stole
the
that
third
from,
speaker
John Kerry.
to suffer, we're looking at bringing in a third speaker now. If this doesn't work out for my friend, the current speaker, he'll be coming back to this committee and he'll be welcome. We know what he's about. And we will, perhaps the next speaker will be selected from this committee as well, or it could be the House Oversight Committee, which seems to be taking priority over this committee.
Will the gentleman yield?
But I'll yield to the gentle lady. Yeah. But I would say that let's not put lipstick on this pig. This is a pig. This pig is called politics over people, and with that, I'll yield to the gentle lady.
Yeah, and I never want to, in any event, subvert or to be in a different advocacy from my good friend and scholar, Congressman Johnson. I would not say that we're doing the dressing of a pig. I would only say, in a little disagreement of Mr. Johnson, that if we can get a resolution of this, Mr. Chairman, points have been made by Mr. Ivey, myself. They have been made by a good friend from Florida and Mr. Nadler and some of your members that this could be resolved. The question is it going to be resolved? With that, I yield back to the gentleman. And a resolution is on the table of how it could be resolved. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I speak in favor of the amendment to the amendment, although I really don't care, frankly, whether it's 14 days or 30 days. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that we pass the Ivey amendment, because that can resolve everything. So we would be voting for a contempt resolution, inviting Mr. Biden to testify in public under deposition-type rules. If he doesn't agree, then I would agree he ought to be held in contempt. If he does agree and he comes, then I assume the contempt will be voided because he will have appeared before the committee. Nothing lost by doing this. So I support the Ivey amendment in either version. And I yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
I thank the ranking member. Let me say this. First of all, thank you for those who were open, and for the gentleman from Florida for the proposal. I would certainly accept that amendment. And for my colleagues on the other side who are at least willing to have a conversation about it. This might be controversial, but let me say this. Just to step back and take an objective position, regardless of who's the majority and who's the minority. These cases, if it goes to court, this is not the best set of facts for the House Judiciary Committee, because we don't have, as we've talked about before, I won't use names because then it gets partisan, but we don't have the best set of facts here. This is not somebody stonewalling and refusing to come under any circumstances. This is not somebody who's asserted a privilege that's been rejected but still refusing to come. This is not somebody who hasn't produced any documents. You've got somebody here who's put an offer on the table to come and testify publicly. So the question in a court would be, in absence of the negotiations and reasonable discussions that Congressman Klein mentioned earlier and some of you other members have mentioned as well, what's the record we would be sending forward at this point? And would a judge look at this and say, or a court of appeals and say, yeah, you know, the House Judiciary Committee really made the effort to negotiate through this with Hunter Biden. He offered to publicly testify. They didn't take him up on it, even though they said that he could do it at one point. I mean, why would we want that set of facts to go forward and put the risk of, you know, if we have the courts rule against us, it actually undermines subpoena authority for this committee and this chamber. So if we can move forward with a reasonable, let's give them 14 days, whatever number you all want to pick, but some additional time after the resolution goes, which increases our chances of actually getting the information that you all are saying you want, as opposed to just moving forward with a resolution that's just strictly contempt, criminal contempt. So I just ask, and I thank the gentleman for the
reclaiming my time. I just want to point out, I agree with everything that the gentleman from Maryland said, but I just want to point out, if the gentleman's amendment is adopted, we can all vote for the citation that's before us, in the knowledge that we will offer to Hunter Biden, through his attorney, that he can come in and testify under deposition rules publicly. If he says no, then he deserves to be held in contempt at that point. If he says yes, we'll get the information we need from his testimony, and presumably at that point, there would be no necessity for contempt after that. So I urge the adoption of the Ivey Amendment. I don't care whether it's 14 or 30 days. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman yields.
I'll yield to the gentlelady from Texas.
I just want to say this one point, because my colleagues, thank you, Mr. Nadler, colleagues on the other side very quickly were couching this as special benefits to Mr. Biden. Please, to the American people, this is not special benefits. The language here specifically says, may testify at a public hearing on the topics outlined in the committee's subpoena. He'll be under oath, and as Mr. Nadler said, he'll either accept or not accept this particular proposal. He'll be under oath, and we may have the ability to formulate the approach, which would be in deposition approach or otherwise, but we will have a solution. My friends on the Judiciary Committee, is there something adverse to this committee ever working together and having a solution on something that is as provocative and controversial as this may be? Should we reject that possibility? And I am rising to support the gentleman's 14 days, because I think that will move this along quickly.
I agree with the gentlelady from Texas, and I yield back.
I yield back.
We can work together. We did that with a 38-2 vote on FISA last month. A good piece of legislation. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The problem is I support the amendment to the amendment, but the amendment doesn't say what we're talking about. The amendment doesn't say we have deposition rules and it's under this and all this. It says public hearing. In case anybody hasn't noticed, and by the way, I've followed a lot of these contempt hearings. I've watched when my colleagues had the majority and weakened the position of the House.
Would the gentleman yield?
In just a second. I want to walk through all of this for a second. He can cure this before it goes to the floor. We can negotiate all of those different things. But the facts aren't nearly as clear-cut as are being said, because the other parts of the facts that come into a criminal case is holding a press conference on the floor of the House, having the Secret Service sweep the oversight room to basically troll the entire committee. These facts aren't as great for you or for the other side as you want. Unfortunately, I actually agree with Congressman Liu. I have very, very lessening confidence that DOJ will ever prosecute this, because I've seen what's happened through all of this. But the whole point is you don't negotiate all of these things at this point. We hold him in contempt, which he more than rightly deserves. And he has the opportunity, before this goes to the floor, to negotiate with the majority leader or with the chairman and the chairman's staff on how to cure this contempt. Also, he has the right to do that at any point in time, because I can tell you, if you end up complying with the underlying terms, it's a pretty good defense, whether you've been held in contempt by committee or not.
Will the gentleman yield now?
Yield it.
Yeah, so would the gentleman then acknowledge that if the amendment as amended, or as it's about to be amendment, were adopted, that could increase the likelihood of a DOJ prosecution? Do you think it would increase the likelihood, decrease the likelihood, or have no effect? I yield back.
I think if it's written as is, we're going to get gamed on TV, we're going to get gamed in another press conference, and we're going to get gamed
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I suggest that we amend the amendment to set out that it should be by deposition rules, with an hour for the majority, an hour for the minority, alternating.
I will reclaim my time.
That would take care of the problem.
I reclaim my time. I think that is a perfect conversation for the chairman and the ranking member to have, and make an offer.
Mr. Lowell has our number. We've had conversations with him. Has the council's number, and we will have those conversations.
The process is working the way it's supposed to work, particularly when somebody has thumbed their nose and just completely done that. It's also working the way I think it's supposed to work when I have years of history of the most charitable way I can say it is very favored treatment from law enforcement and the court system as it's existed for. With that, I yielded.
Would the gentleman yield?
The question.
I would suggest as follows. There was a time and a place to have this conversation, and it was prior to the date and time that Mr. Biden was ordered to appear for testimony. And that conversation should have occurred between Mr. Biden's attorneys and this committee. It did not. And at this point, he was lawfully ordered to appear for testimony, failed to do so, and I, along with many of the others in this room, have practiced law, been in court, served as a judge, and if we do not enforce our authority to compel testimony, it is not worth the paper that it's written on. Today, we have a witness who has failed to appear, who has flouted the authority of this committee, and indeed had the temerity to conduct a press conference rather than appearing pursuant to that requirement. The only appropriate action for us to take today is to proceed with an ultimate finding of contempt. Any subsequent conversation that we want to have about terms of testimony, how it should be conducted, when, where, all of that can be continued, discussed after we make the appropriate finding of contempt at today's hearing. With that, I yield
Would
back.
the gentleman yield?
Yield back to the gentleman from North Dakota.
Gentleman yield. Mr. Chairman, I would ask in a colloquy format, if between the time we find the Biden in contempt and the time it goes to the floor, which is certainly a week or more, would you be willing to accept a revised date in which he would come as subpoenaed and comply with the subpoena?
I said that earlier, that that's the time between when this vote happens and going to the floor, whenever that may be.
So he has the ability to cure it, and we don't need an amendment that talks about a hypothetical one that he has agreed to.
Exactly.
Lastly, from your many years of experience, both on this committee and oversight, if we were to grant every witness who wanted to have a public stage that we subpoenaed, knowing that you have held, as did the Oversight Committee, now and in the previous administrations, you hold almost a deposition every day sometimes, and certainly every week. Would the committee have nearly enough time if everything became a committee public hearing, or would that bring us to our knees?
Yeah, no, I think I appreciate the gentleman's question. The question occurs on the amendment to the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Any of the chairs, the noes have it. The question now.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. This is a recorded vote has been asked for on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Ross votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no.
There's another one. He'll get a vote on this. He or she, whoever it is. He'll get a vote on the other one. Clerk will report. Mr. Cohen. Thumbs up. No, you're a yes. You're a yes. You're an aye.
Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye.
It's a Gates amendment. You're a yes. Okay, clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 18 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to. Question now occurs on the amendment from the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Any of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
The recorded vote being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Swallow votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye.
The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gooden votes no.
This looks like we don't came to the end of another one. And basically that is the end. There's probably 2 minutes left in this damn thing. I'm glad this one is over. I thought it was going to be a lot more exciting than what it was. I need to recharge real quick, make a couple phone calls, and I'm going to try to be back with y'all later on. Until then, damn, I'm not even set up. I'm trying to get out of here so quick. This shit was boring as hell. With that being said, I want to thank everybody for coming in and joining the content that matter. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you hit that like button before you leave out. You know what I'm saying? And share the live, share the live. And I'm pretty sure that you already subscribed. So, if you want to donate to the channel and watch the channel grow and bring more content that matters, please donate to $RealMadTV. And I will thank you for your support. With that being said, let's get out of here and come up with a better show than these last two. This shit.